Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a good evening so far. It's actually been pretty active today in terms of the severe weather that we've already seen across really the southern plains and now into the Dixie Valley. And we're going to continue to see that here over the next 48 hours, and it'll actually go all the way through Thursday afternoon. This will be a system that we're still going to be watching for the next 48 hours that will produce some severe weather. So I'm going to kind of give you the latest breakdown of what's happening out there right now, where the tornado warnings are, who will see a tornado threat tonight, and really what we're expecting in terms of severe weather for the upcoming several hours. I'll also be going over later in this live stream, I'll be going over the potential for severe weather heading into tomorrow and as well as into Thursday, and we'll be breaking down the winter storm that's ongoing, where that's heading next, will it impact your location. We'll have more details on that later in this live stream as well, not too far from now, actually, be in like 10 minutes. And then we'll also be talking about the big Arctic blast. I've not mentioned this in any of our forecasts yet, but we are likely going to have a big Arctic blast right in time for Christmas. I'll give you some breakdown on that and what we might see out of that once we get closer. Let's first begin though with what's happening there out across the lower Mississippi Valley currently. Really across Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and Mississippi is where the main threat is right now in terms of severe weather. Beginning with the two tornado warnings that we actually have ongoing right now. There's one warning ongoing that's going towards Warren, Arkansas. This will be crossing into Mississippi here in a little bit. Pretty rural area, but just something to note here, there is some rotation with the cell. We're in between about 4 different radar sites, so we don't really have a great visual on this, but it is currently producing some rotation. It is radar indicated, meaning there's not a tornado on the ground as of now, but there could be one at any time. Let's go over to the velocities from that radar site that we're on. I don't think we're going to get much of a view on this for right now, but here's your rotation right now. It's currently back north of Strong, Arkansas. So that's your rotation. It actually does look pretty strong right now. That'll be moving off to the northeast here towards Hermitage, and eventually it'll be going towards, again, Warren, Arkansas here over the next little while. So southeast Arkansas, make sure that you're getting to your safe place if you're in any of these two tornado warnings right now. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning just off to the north of that. That's for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently. Other than that, we have a lot of cells out there, a lot of really strong storms, but no other tornado warnings associated with these other storms. We do have a couple of areas that we've seen some rotation. Again, nothing that is tornado warned further south than Arkansas right now, which is a little bit of a surprise. However, I do think that we'll see a bit more of tornadic activity kind of ramp up again over the next few hours. So if you're down there in Louisiana this evening, make sure that you're still monitoring your weather very closely, because again, we will likely see more tornado warnings going into tonight and as well as even potentially into the overnight hours. So you're going to want to make sure you do have a way to receive alerts tonight. This is the velocities here, so just kind of going down the line here from this one tornado warning going further down to the south. Not anything too crazy with any of these cells. I'm not seeing anything that would make me that concerned right now for a tornado threat right now. However, we do have some cells developing. One is right now west of Many and south of Noble. This one has some broad rotation right now. Also further down to the south, these cells that are out in front of that initial like cluster or line of storms are the ones that could produce that tornado threat during this evening into the overnight hours. So any cells out in front of it, we could even be talking about this one near Alexandria. Alexandria was actually under a tornado warning about an hour and a half ago with a discrete cell out in front of that line. So that's what our more concerning feature with these storms will be, is the ones that are out in front of that initial line will probably have a better chance of a tornado threat. This is closer to Boyson as well as just west of Alexandria in Louisiana. Let's go over to the velocities, and yeah, not seeing anything too crazy in terms of rotation right now. I think the more concerning feature with this cell right now, it might be some gusty winds. So if you're in Boyce, just a little heads up there, just north of Interstate 49, moving off to the north right now. So truck drivers could also be experiencing some of that here pretty soon as well. Again, tornado watches are ongoing this evening. We have two tornado watches ongoing. One right now for a large chunk of the lower Mississippi Valley. This one goes until 10 o'clock. I'll kind of draw a little dividing line here so you get an idea of what we're looking at. So here's your dividing line for the tornado watches. This one here expires at 10 p.m. Central Time. So again, this whole entire area is in Central Time, so it shouldn't be any confusion in terms of a conversion. So if you're in this area, again, 10 p.m. is when you will be out of this tornado watch. That does not mean tornadoes are not going to happen after 10. It just means the chances at least are a little bit lower. They might issue a new tornado watch potentially for this region after 10 p.m. We'll see what happens, but for right now, that is when this tornado watch is set to expire. The other one over here to the east, this one was just recently issued for really the overnight hours, at least through about midnight to 2 in the morning. This is when this tornado watch will expire, is 2 a.m. So that'll be for anyone along the Mississippi Mississippi River back into southeast portions of Arkansas, northeastern portions of Louisiana, and western Mississippi. So if you're in those states, again, tornado threat will be possible going into the overnight hours tonight. And even as early as now, you could potentially see a couple of those storms begin to produce some rotation, could lead to a tornado threat here over the next little while. We're going to break down the future radar and all that here in just a second. I just want to get to the notification that we just had. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships from DK. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And I appreciate, I don't know how many gifted memberships we had off stream. For some reason, they decided to gift memberships like 3 hours ago. So you might have gotten a gifted membership from either DK or Jaws from a little while ago. Again, thank you guys. I really do appreciate the support. If you've got a gifted membership, make sure to thank them. Both of them gifted a lot of memberships off stream, so I do appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Cheese, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate it. All right, let's go back over to the future. So I'm going to kind of go into the future. We'll go back to the live radar here in just a moment, but I want to go through my entire presentation of a forecast because I have a lot of slides to kind of get through here. And it's all beginning with the entire setup that we have right now across the United States. And it's a very unique setup. This is really, really cool to see on the infrared imagery. This is your low pressure system right here. It is really incredible. I mean, it's honestly, it's kind of beautiful to look at and how like defined this trough is over the central portions of the United States. I've never seen anything quite like this before on the infrared imagery, but it gives you a general idea of what we're looking at here. So going down to the south, back down through Texas, and as well as the mid-Mississippi Valley, this is the region that currently is seeing the severe weather. A little bit further up here to the north is a bit more of just rain activity, but other than that, this is your severe weather. So the darker reds indicating much higher cloud tops, a lot more just shower activity, some rain across the Midwest right now, and as well as into the Ohio Valley. And then on the northern side of this, and as well as on the western side of this trough, that is where all the snow is. We've actually had a blizzard warning in effect for those in western Nebraska, as well as parts of South Dakota, eastern and southeastern Wyoming, as well as northeast Wyoming, or excuse me, northeast Colorado. Those areas have been under blizzard warnings here for the past 24 hours, and they just keep seeing more and more snow. So it's, again, a really cool setup that we have across the United States. Obviously, it's bringing a lot of hectic weather, but it's, again, one of the most defined troughs I've seen over the central portions of the United States in quite some time. So it is definitely a very impressive setup here. This is the water vapor as well. This is the spiral, and when you look at these darker blues, that is indicating some drier air, and it's really, I mean, it's unbelievable what we're seeing here. All this dry air kind of filtering in there to the low pressure system. Here's all your moisture here on the outside, and again, that's all producing that snow, rain, sleet, basically all the precipitation types we've seen out of this trough here over the last 24 to 40 hours. So again, really cool feature here, both on the infrared imagery and the water vapor imagery with this trough. Again, this is the only, really the biggest weather maker that we've had in the United States in, I think, at least a few months. It's been a while since we've had something that's been really taking up the entire United States pretty much by storm. All right, severe weather for the rest of the night tonight. The latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, we still have an enhanced risk for severe weather. That is going to include pretty much all of Louisiana, almost all of Louisiana. Exclusions would be New Orleans through southern and extreme southeastern portions of Louisiana are included in that currently. And then also going into areas like Mississippi and southwest Mississippi, that is where we're also seeing the potential for maybe some severe weather, probably around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, maybe a little bit after that as well. Also a marginal threat outside of that for Arkansas, back through Tennessee, as well as Mississippi for the rest of the night. Tornado threat is still up there. We're not really done with this tornado threat quite yet. There is still an ongoing 10% hatched area. This does mean there's a chance for EF2 plus tornadoes. We saw a few of those already in North Texas, by the way, this morning. There was a confirmed EF2 tornado near Decatur, Texas earlier this morning from one of the storms. There's actually upwards of at least, we have 8 confirmed tornadoes right now in North Texas from this morning. There may have been at least 12 tornadoes though. So really crazy situation that happened there this morning. That was not really expected, but so far here across this region in the lower Mississippi Valley, I think we've had 2 or 3 confirmed tornadoes so far. So not quite up to what North Texas saw this morning, but there's definitely a possibility that we see more of that here over the next 2 hours. Again, overnight threat is definitely existent, so some nocturnal tornadoes are definitely going to be possible overnight tonight for those in the lower Mississippi Valley. Let's take you hour by hour, give you an idea of what you can expect for the rest of this evening, beginning with about 8 to 9 o'clock this evening. Again, we'll have some showers and storms out there. Pretty much what we're seeing right now with that line back out to the west. It's a pretty broken line right now and broken cluster of some showers and storms. Again, a few of these will probably be severe. We'll probably have a couple of these produce brief tornadoes across the way. Eventually by about 10 to 11 o'clock, we'll have a couple more a little bit more storm activity out in front of that line. These are the ones that could produce a greater tornado tornado potential, and that would include really anywhere in central Louisiana all the way back through southwest portions of Mississippi. So keep that in mind. By midnight to 1 in the morning, this becomes more of a cluster. I would expect that tornado threat to lower overnight. Probably after about 1 to 2 a.m. it'll start to go down a little bit. Now, that does not mean let your guard down. Make sure you still have a way to receive alerts, because we still could see that potential for a few tornadoes. By 5 to 6 in the morning tomorrow, we'll be talking about a lot of rain, showers, storms, still a possibility for severe weather tomorrow morning. Most likely, this will just be more of a damaging wind threat across areas like Louisiana and Mississippi, at least for the morning hours. Still a possibility for a couple of tornadoes tomorrow, and that'll lead into our next potential for severe weather, which is also pretty significant. We'll get to that here in just a second. I don't even know where we're at. Okay, we're going into the winter. Wait, let me go through the tomorrow's severe weather outlook, and then we'll go into the winter stuff. This is tomorrow's severe weather outlook. Again, we're gonna have another chance for severe weather. Another enhanced risk of severe weather is currently issued by the Storm Prediction Center. It does include the western, really far western Florida Panhandle. Near Mobile, Alabama is included, as well as going through southern Mississippi, Alabama, as well as eastern portions of Louisiana, all included, again, in an enhanced risk of severe weather. Slight risk does extend through a pretty big chunk there of the Florida Panhandle as well, close to Tallahassee. Damaging winds, large hail is a very minimal threat. Large hail shouldn't be much of a threat tomorrow either, but damaging winds and few tornadoes, which a couple of those could be strong again tomorrow, will be our threats for at least tomorrow afternoon and evening. Could even begin in the morning as well. And the tornado threat for right now is very similar to today. It's further east, obviously, but a 10% probability has been issued here by the Storm Prediction Center across the Gulf Coast, again from Louisiana back through the Florida Panhandle. Hatched area means there's a potential for EF2 plus tornadoes in this area as well, so definitely be mindful of that. Again, we have a pretty decent chance here of probably seeing a few tornadoes tomorrow as well, in addition to what we're probably going to see tonight. Damaging wind potential, this is the red shaded area. That represents your 30% probability of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius. So again, if you're across Alabama, Mississippi, western Florida, or even into eastern Louisiana, those areas are included in that potential for a 30% probability of damaging winds, again, within a 25-mile radius. Overnight tonight, again, showers and storms across Mississippi, Alabama. Could very well see some of those be severe with damaging winds. Brief tornado threat is definitely existent. By tomorrow morning, more severe storms are expected really during the mid to late morning hours. This is where our zone would probably be for a couple of those tornadoes to develop during the morning hours near Meridian, back through Baton Rouge, and eventually going into the afternoon hours. More storms are expected to fire up across areas like Hattiesburg, as well as West Gulfport, and back through Mobile, Alabama. Those areas are likely going to see that potential for at least a few tornadoes, at least around that region. So again, it's a pretty large, it's not a large area tomorrow, it's kind of like a medium-sized area, but that's where we very well could see the potential for some severe weather. Eventually going into the evening hours and into closer to around 8, 9 o'clock, we'll have more of that rain moving off to the east, and eventually probably by 10 to 11 o'clock, most of this activity has shifted off to the east. Cooler and drier air will filter in after probably about Wednesday around 7 to 8 o'clock there across most of Mississippi and probably most of Alabama by around midnight tomorrow. So that's what we're looking at least in terms of severe weather then. And we have another chance for severe weather heading into Thursday. There's currently a slight risk for severe weather from South Carolina back through Florida. Damaging winds, as well as maybe a little bit of, again, isolated large hail. That's a pretty minimal threat at this point. But damaging winds probably going to be our main concern. Might see a brief tornado threat, but it seems to be more of a damaging wind threat for Florida and through most of the southeast anyways. This is the timing for at least going into Thursday morning. Again, we'll have a weakening line of storms approaching Florida. How far this makes it into Florida, still a bit of a question mark. I don't think this will really reach the east coast of Florida. However, if you're on the east coast, you might get at least a couple of showers, maybe a brief strong storm that might produce some downburst winds. But other than that, it seems like most of this activity will kind of fizzle out before it ever gets to areas like Daytona Beach or anywhere really on the east coast like Cape Canaveral. Also, big cold blast is potentially coming, going closer to Christmas week. This is something that we really have to watch for. For those that are planning on a really warm Christmas, it's probably not going to be that warm for at least most of the United States. We have, at least from the Climate Prediction Center, the 8 to 14 day outlook, which is from Wednesday the 21st all the way through Tuesday the 27th. There is a forecast that is likely going to keep below average temperatures across the United States, especially anywhere in these dark blue shaded regions, which includes probably a good 50 to 60% of you, at least that are watching right now, Midwest is probably going to be the coldest out of anybody, at least at this given time going into the Christmas week. So again, if you have any plans around that time frame, or even Hanukkah plans, again, there's probably going to be a very cold weather coming. Here's a couple of the computer models giving us an idea of what the temperatures might be. This is the European model. I think this is going a bit overboard, but we'll kind of show you just in case. This is going, again, this is over 200 hours out, so things will change, but this is pretty legitimate chance of us having a cold blast going into the Christmas time frame, so right around the 21st to the 27th. Again, this is the forecasted temperatures Friday morning, the 23rd. Again, we are still about 10 days out from there, but it's definitely a possibility that much colder weather could come. Now, the European model is showing that conditions will be much colder further west than the GFS model. Here's the GFS model giving us a bit more of an idea here. And this one I think is a little bit more realistic right now in terms of a possibility. So going to Thursday and Friday, right around the same time frame, very cold weather might bring the coldest of the air a little bit further to the east than what the European model is, because the European model is bringing it directly south. I don't think that'll happen, but again, we're still very far out. Things could change, but this is pretty likely that we'll probably have a pretty big cold blast, Arctic blast, I should say, going into the Christmas time frame. And again, temperatures by Christmas Day currently forecasted, again, we're really far out, but this would be the high temperatures potentially on Christmas Day. So yeah, I mean, again, it's far out, but it's definitely something to monitor because this is a legitimate possibility. This isn't like a hype situation right now. It's definitely more of a possibility than not. However, temperatures are not set in stone, so don't get too caught up. If it says -9 degrees for your high temperature, don't get too caught up. We're still far out, so things could change in terms of the temperatures. However, a Arctic blast does seem pretty likely. Temperatures, though, are still really not set in stone. Now, I do want to go over the winter storm that is currently ongoing across the northern and central plains. Then we'll get back to severe weather here in just a second. Couple of notable things. We do have a blizzard warning ongoing across South Dakota, western Nebraska, northeast Colorado, as well as eastern Wyoming. Still winter storm warnings in those pink boxes. We have winter weather advisories in the purple boxes. In that little area there, winter storm watch there for northern Wisconsin and the upper Michigan Peninsula. There's actually one ongoing as well back into the northeast. That is for the potential for several inches of snow, it looks like, heading into this upcoming weekend out that direction. Closer look at everything. Again, blizzard, the red box is your blizzard warning. This is your winter storm warning, and this is also your winter weather advisory here. That is your WWW if you want to go by that, but that's over there in northern portions of Minnesota, at least for now. I'm not sure how updated this is. I think it's pretty close to updated though, as well as even into areas like western Wisconsin, and as well as in the Minneapolis region. Definitely going to see a little bit of snow there. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, snow will on go. So again, over the next really 24 hours, more snow is going to be kind of happening here across the northern plains. Again, back into Minnesota is when we'll have our heaviest snow be tomorrow morning. So if you have any commuting plans, I don't recommend it. Really almost blizzard-like conditions. At least blowing snow is definitely going to be possible there across areas back into far western Wisconsin and into northeastern Minnesota. A lot of snow is expected there. We could see upwards, and actually there's blizzard warnings there. We could very well see upwards of a foot of snow, if not more. Also going into Thursday, more snow is going to be possible. A lot of this will be light to moderate though by Thursday. Probably won't see too much heavy snow. However, I can rely on a little bit of heavy snow here and there, but very isolated chance there going into Thursday. Back over into the Midwest, a lot of rain for the next 24 hours. We'll eventually transition to more snow by really early Thursday, so probably Wednesday night to Thursday morning, some light to moderate snow. Can't rely on a little bit of some bands of heavy snow. That's why there is a winter storm watch ongoing. And by Thursday afternoon, really not a whole lot left other than some flurries, maybe a little bit of lake effect snow, maybe a little bit of light snow as well for those that are back over there in Wisconsin. And also here are your watches and warnings as well over here. We do have winter weather advisories currently ongoing in western Michigan, as well as western Wisconsin and eastern portions of Minnesota. That would include, again, the Minneapolis region. And then winter storm watches are in effect right now for most of northeast Wisconsin, as well as the upper Michigan Peninsula included in that. And snowfall totals over the next 24 to 40 hours, just an estimate, but gives you a general idea. Really a good chance that a lot of you guys will see somewhere between 4 to 12 inches in this entire purple shaded area. Over back into northeast Minnesota though, a little cubby there of maybe upwards of 1 to 2 feet of snow from blizzard-like conditions that are expected there probably tomorrow. Snowfall totals as well back over into the Midwest. Probably going to see a decent amount of snow here. Chicago, if you're in Chicago, you're probably not going to luck out with much of any snow. Really not much of anything is currently being forecasted there. Mostly just rain. However, the general estimate right now is a good at least 8 to 12 inches. And the highest totals are right around there. So from about central and northwestern Wisconsin is where we currently have the greatest chance for at least a little bit more of that heavy snow. And that could very well translate to a lot more snow activity there. So that's what we got going as of right now. Let's get right back to to the live radar, we actually do have a brand new tornado warning. I'm not sure how new this is. Actually, this just got issued north of Alexandria. We just got a new tornado warning that has just been issued there north of Alexandria. Make sure you seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. And there is definitely some strong rotation there. That is going to be going towards Pollock, and it'll be going towards Highway 524 and 165. So if you're in the track of this, again, brand new tornado warning has just been issued here across, again, just north of Alexandria, Louisiana. So again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. All right, let me get back to some notifications. Thank you, Jackson, for becoming a 1-month Tornado Chaser member, as well as AFW for becoming a Tornado Chaser member for 2 months. I appreciate it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Thank you, Kim, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate that a lot, Kim. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Devin, as well, for the Tornado Chaser member for 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I don't think I missed anything else. Cool. All right, how you guys all doing? Welcome. All right, I was talking a lot there for a little bit. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. I think I missed one more notification. I could be mistaken. Also had another $10 super chat. I don't know how to say that name, and I don't know where it is, but I do appreciate it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I didn't miss it. All right, no message, but I do appreciate the $10 super chat. All right, Virginia, they went well. They hopefully went well. I don't know. I have a whole story about my physics exam. I'll probably tell it at some point if we don't have too much activity. But yeah, there's definitely a pretty good story to tell if I can tell it. Just making sure I didn't miss anything on Facebook either. All right, cool. No, I'm done. I am done for the semester. All right, just for an update, by the way, again, we have 2 tornado warnings ongoing. This is the one with some decent rotation, has weakened a little bit in the latest scan. We have another one over in Bradley County, Arkansas, and Drew County, Arkansas. So those 2 areas right now under a tornado warning. That one did not have as much rotation. This one definitely has a little bit more. Let's go back over to the live radar feed. We'll kind of glance at this and kind of give it a little bit of a look here and see if we have any crazy. Yeah, again, this is a little bit of a situation where this is where the tornado would probably be located if we were to have one. For right now, this is a little bit of a cell that we don't have a whole lot of organization. So for this to produce a tornado, we would have to organize a bit more than it already is trying to do. So again, a decent amount of heavy rain with this as well, potentially a little bit of maybe small hail as well in the center of that. But again, biggest threat right now if you're in Pollock is to get to shelter immediately. Again, there is some rotation with this cell just south of Highway 8. And again, we've seen cells today back over North Texas, for example, rapidly strengthen in terms of rotation. So this one very well could take that same sort of path and very well could drop a tornado at any time. Back up here to the north real quick. This is the other tornado warning. We don't have any radar sites really in this vicinity, but this is another tornado warning ongoing for another 8 minutes. This is going to be heading towards Wilmar, again, in eastern portions of Arkansas, about to enter into Mississippi if it hasn't already done so. We'll see if we can get any view on the rotation here. It's kind of hard to see. We'll see if we have anything though there. And yeah, again, it's very hard to see, but if there was to be any rotation with the cell still, it's probably gonna be near Hermitage right now, moving off to the northeast. So again, make sure you're in shelter if you're over that direction. Also, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Greenville back over into Mississippi. And this will be for the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, as well as some quarter size hail. So a little update down that direction. We do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued as well. This was another cell that we're watching earlier. This one's gonna be going towards Robeline, as well as just to the west of Interstate 49. This is for the potential for a tornado at any time. Look at this rotation. Let's try to see if we can get a better view on this. Some strong rotation right now. Going to be going towards Robeline over the next several minutes. Again, in Louisiana, another tornado warning. Pretty strong rotation here. Correlation coefficient is not picking up on anything quite yet, but we'll monitor this closely. Again, strong rotation right now in Louisiana, heading towards Interstate 49. Again, this is east of Wholey, and it'll be going towards, again, Robiella, I think it was again. Let me make sure I got that right. Robeline. So Robeline's next in track of this current tornado warning style cell. Again, pretty strong rotation there. We'll be watching this one pretty closely. We also have another tornado warning, I believe, that just got issued. We are up to now 4 tornado warnings. Another one just got issued back up near Farmersville. So again, brand new tornado warning here. This one also has some pretty strong rotation. That is now 4 tornado warnings here in the last several minutes. Again, seek shelter immediately if you're included in this warning back up near Farmersville. Rotation is centered right there, really just over top right now of Farmersville. It will be going towards Marion here over the next several minutes. So again, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning in northeastern portions of Louisiana. Again, pretty strong rotation there as well. Yeah, honestly, this is pretty good timing. I'm not gonna lie. This is really good timing. I was trying to get the entire forecast in case there was tornado warnings, and it actually worked out pretty well. I got the forecast in about 20 minutes. It worked out. All right, let's go back down to the other storm. This one's currently in effect back near Interstate 49. Again, Roebling's in the track of this. We'll keep a closer eye on this one since it's a bit more of a populated area. Again, this will be heading towards Interstate 49 over the next little while. Let's go and see. I'm not sure if my tracker works anymore, but we're going to give it a try. Right now, moving about 43 miles per hour. We will see if this works anymore. I'm not sure if it does, but we'll give it a try. Let's see. It does work now. All right, let's go ahead and give a little bit of a tracker on this, give you an idea of the timing on this storm right now. Again, timing for Roebling right around 8:42, so within the next 10 to 15 minutes, most likely going to impact your location. Camp T right around 9:03, Goldona, hope I'm saying the name right, 9:24, Jonesboro 9:50, Chatham 10:11, and Eros right around 10:18. Again, that is your timing on this tornado warning cell. Could also impact areas near Clarence around 9:05 or so. So again, that is your timing. Interstate 49 will be impacted directly by this tornado warning cell really within the next 15 to 20 minutes with rain, but the tornado aspect of it, so the rotation will probably cross over there around 8:45 to 8:50. So that is the ETA right now. In case there is a tornado, that would be probably your ETA there if you're traveling along Interstate 49. Again, that's moving off to the northeast. Again, here's a wide view of things right now. We have 4 tornado warnings ongoing. One back over there in Arkansas will be crossing the Mississippi eventually, probably a little while from now actually. That one is probably going to end up expiring here in the next 5 minutes or so. Not expected to be continued, however, never know. Again, we're in between 4 radar sites there. Also another tornado warning that just got issued moments ago back up in northern Louisiana. We also have another one ongoing north of Alexandria, and we also have another one right now ongoing near Roebling in south central portions of Louisiana as well. This is definitely probably the strongest rotation that we've seen out of any of these cells here over the last little while. So this one again has strong rotation near Roebling, moving off to the northeast right now towards Interstate 49. So again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. And if you know anything in the track of this, make sure that you are messaging them, sharing this with them if you want, but obviously just make sure they're safe and message them and make sure they're okay. Because again, we have 4 tornado warnings ongoing. Again, most of them in Louisiana. We also have one though in kind of southeastern portions of Arkansas right now. Let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so the tornado warning cell, this one is a population of 4,000, by the way. The one back up near Farmersville, Marion, and as well as Haley, Louisiana is currently for 11,500. Just kind of heads up there. So again, this is a little bit more rural. It's pretty close though to Interstate 49. And then we also have the Farmersville one, which is definitely a bit more populated there, back up here to the north. Let's go and see if we can get any update on the rotation here. We'll also look at the correlation coefficient along with that. This is near Farmersville. Pretty strong rotation again right now near Farmersville. Let's go and take a look at the correlation coefficient. And we'll kind of get a glance there. And there is a tornado, it looks like, on the ground right now near Farmersville. So again, possible tornado on the ground right now near Farmersville. This is radar indicated. But again, that is probably a correlation coefficient drop that we're seeing right now near Farmersville. So tornado is possibly on the ground in Louisiana. I'm going to see if we have any live view of this. I don't think we do, but we'll take a quick glance and see. Closest in Monroe, and I don't think we have any there. So yeah, so for right now, no view on the storm, but again, this is a likely tornado on the ground north of Farmersville. If you're in Farmersville, make sure you're getting to your safe place immediately, away from windows. Again, this is probably on the ground at this point. That is definitely a correlation coefficient drop there near 15. This is back over to the let's go back over to the live reflectivity. And again, that's kind of in the center. That would likely be a rain-wrapped tornado. There's a possibility that might be hail, but I don't think it is because the rotation is very strong. So most likely a tornado on the ground. Will not confirm it until the National Weather Service does, but it does seem like that is probably a tornado on the ground right now. Again, near Farmersville, moving right now off to the east-northeast towards Marion. So if you're in those areas, make sure you're getting to your safe place immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is right over top of the strongest area of that rotation right now. So again, very strong rotation on this cell. And again, make sure you're seeking shelter. Again, Farmersville, Marion, as well as there's one other area. I think it's Haley that's in the track of this as well. So those are the 3 towns/cities in the track of this right now. Again, moving off to the east. Yeah, this does seem like a tornado on the ground right now. Again, no confirmation quite yet on that, but we do have a new tornado warning that has also just been issued back over in portions. It's right along the tornado watch here near Monroe. Right now, this is near Monroe, Louisiana, much more populated area near Schwartz. Again, this is a new tornado warning that has just been issued, moving to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. Again, near Monroe, Louisiana. Again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, we have 5 tornado warnings ongoing. This is our most new one here over in kind of northeastern portions right now of Louisiana. I'm going to see if we do have a view, I think, on this storm, so I'll kind of pull that up here in just a second. Again, new tornado warning right now near Monroe, Louisiana. Again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. This one's looking eastbound. I'm gonna try to see if we get any westbound views on this storm right now. I don't think we do have any really good ones. Like we do. This is one of our better views of the storm right now. I'll go and bring it up here on here. This is one of our better views right now of the storm. Again, it's a little bit blurry, but this is this is eastbound at Pecan Mall right now over in Louisiana. This is a pretty decent view of it though right now. So I think this might be on the back end of the cell. But again, this is right now over near Monroe, Louisiana. Again, tornado warning is ongoing in Monroe, or just east of Monroe, Louisiana. That's right around where that camera is. I'll keep you posted if we see anything on there, but again, that is located right about here, so it's kind of on the tail there of the storm. So if we looked kind of to the northeast, actually I'll bring it back up. If we look off to the northeast here on this live cam, this is where there would probably be some sort of rotation, which it's dark. If we see any lightning, we might be able to see something, but that is where that rotation is right now, in near Monroe, Louisiana. Again, just to the east of Monroe, Louisiana is where this tornado warning is currently ongoing. Also, breaking situation. We do have a tornado now on the ground that has been confirmed. I'm pretty sure it's the one that I mentioned before. Yeah, so this tornado is officially on the ground. Correlation coefficient, obviously a clear drop here. This is a tornado on the ground near 549 north of Farmerville going towards Marion. So if you're in this area, make sure you get into your safe place immediately. Again, this is a tornado on the ground near 549 heading off to the east-northeast. Marion will be in the track of this over the next several minutes. Again, this warning goes until 10 o'clock Eastern time, 9 o'clock Central time. So another 30 minutes on this. The next area, again, in track right along 33. It'll be going towards Marion over the next several minutes. Again, tornado is on the ground in Louisiana. Again, that is an on-the-ground tornado. I know these colors might seem confusing to you, but just kind of give you an idea. Again, when we see these greens and blues right over the velocities, we typically can indicate that this is some sort of radar confirmed tornado. We saw a lot of those this morning in North Texas. This is another situation where we do have an ongoing tornado. It has been on the ground for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, most likely, here over north of Farmersville. And again, this is the velocities right now, and it's kind of hard to see here, but that is right there. Your very tight rotation, very strong rotation as well. Again, that is your correlation coefficient drop, indicating debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. And again, here's your reflectivity. It is a rain-wrapped tornado as well, so you're not going to be able to see this. So stay away from windows. Do not wait until you see it, because obviously you're not going to be able to see it with how much rain is falling around this tornado. So again, get into your safe place immediately. Marion is right now on the track of this. Again, radar are actually confirmed tornado on the ground right now, moving off towards Marion, Louisiana. Again, this is north of Monroe, Louisiana as well. This is pretty far north of there, north of Farmersville right now. Has been on the ground here for a few minutes. Again, we have another tornado right now, or tornado warning, I should say, east of Monroe. This is not confirmed right now, but this is moving off to the east. And we're watching a live cam pretty closely here out of the Monroe area to see if there's any like indication there of some rotation. Actually, we do have a little bit of lightning here. Let's go to that real quick. We'll see if it pops up again here in a second. This is again east of Monroe, and this is the storm. This would be where the rotation would be. It would be back in this back left corner, because we're looking eastbound, just east of Monroe near Pecan Mall. And so if there is any sort of rotation in near Monroe, we might see it there on the top left of your screen. We'll see if there's anything that pops up here in the next 10 to 15 seconds. Otherwise, we'll go back to the live tornado on the ground there near Farmersville. All right, I don't think we're going to see any lightning yet. We just had a lightning flash right there for a second. You guys didn't see it, but it was on my screen. All right, let's go back over to... All right, didn't happen. All right, let's go back over to the tornado confirmed storm. Again, this is the one that's on the ground right now near Farmersville. Latest update, by the way, on this storm, actually the latest scan on the correlation coefficient has shrunk the debris a little bit. It does still mean there's probably a tornado on the ground here, but it might be weakening a little bit, which would be good news. And this is actually the latest update on where the ongoing tornado is on the ground. Correlation coefficient, I think, is lagging behind a little bit. So as of now, though, this is our latest update, is where this tornado would likely still be on the ground, is west of of Marion, moving off to the east northeast, going towards 33 as well. So again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, tornado is currently confirmed and on the ground right now, heading towards Marion, northeast of Farmerville, Louisiana. Again, we still have about 4 other tornado warnings, I think, ongoing here across the state of Louisiana. So we'll keep you updated with those as well as they come. Let's go over to this, and we'll drop down one more. Thank you, by the way, for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate that. I still don't know how to say your name, but I appreciate it a lot. As well as thank you, Rain, for the $2 super chat. How many tornadoes have been confirmed? We at least have 8 confirmed. I know that there was at least potentially up to 12, if not maybe more tornadoes in North Texas. I know we've had 2 at least confirmed, and now 3 technically confirmed in Louisiana, maybe more than that. I know that there's at least been 11 confirmed tornadoes. I don't know anything beyond that, though, so I'm not entirely sure of the exact value, but pretty sure we at least have had that many. No problem. All right, let's go back over to here again. Again, we're going to take a look at the live cam if anything does appear over in Monroe, Louisiana. Again, there's a tornado warning just to the east of Monroe, Louisiana, if you're in that area. So if you're in Monroe, again, just east of there, if you're in kind of the outskirts there, make sure you're seeking shelter. There is a tornado warning just off to the east of Monroe, Louisiana. Again, this is the tornado that is likely on the ground still west of Marion. This is, again, a rain-wrapped tornado, so do not try to look out for this thing if you're in this area. This is back over to the live velocities, and again, pretty strong rotation still ongoing here just off to the west of Marion. Again, moving off to the east, so again, make sure you're in a safe place immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. We do not have any live cams in this area. Again, if we do have any, I'll obviously post them. We have a decent amount, but not in this specific area, so but we'll keep you updated. Again, moving right now off to the east towards Marion. Let me see if we actually have any up there. I don't think we do. Yeah, we don't. So yeah, again, this is currently off to the north right now. Pretty far north right now of Monroe. This is, again, the live picture across the entire state of Louisiana. Again, 4 tornado warnings are ongoing. This one is on the ground right now. We also have another one ongoing. We'll go back to that one and give you an update here in a second. Have another one north of Alexandria. And again, one just off to the east, not by much, of Monroe. Again, that storm is also producing some rotation. Let's give you an update on the storm near Robeline real quick. This is the storm that also has some rotation, pretty strong rotation, it looks like, as well. This is the latest radar scan. Still a pretty decent amount of rotation there near Robeline. As of now, though, no confirmation of a tornado with this, but again, we could see one at any time. It will be heading towards Interstate 49, will arrive towards that interstate within the next probably 10 minutes or so. So if you're along that interstate, just a heads up, we might have some strong downburst winds there over the next little while. Back over north of Alexandria, this is another tornado warned cell. We have to go to this radar site down here for a better view of this one. But this one's going to be going towards Jenna here over the next little while, as well as Highway 84. Over to the velocities, and again, we do have a little bit of rotation with this one from at least a few minutes ago. Still seems to be a little bit broad, not too strong right now, but again, we could see this recycle with the environment that we have. It very well could strengthen into a tornadic cell at any time. So again, moving off to the northeast, we'll be heading towards Highway 84 over the next several minutes. Back up near Monroe, this is the latest update on the Monroe tornado warning cell. This one seems to be flying along. It's about to be actually outside of the tornado warning that we had. This is a look here near Schwartz. Again, on the outskirts of the Monroe area. This is the rotation. Kind of hard to see. Again, we have a lot of for whatever reason this radar does this, but this is where our rotation is. Does seem to be slightly broader than before, but again, south of Schwartz, make sure you're in shelter immediately. We could see a tornado at any time. Again, riding right along Interstate 20 as well in Louisiana. Back over to the ongoing confirmed tornado for right now. This was again confirmed by radar as of about 10 minutes ago. Again, I'm not sure if we still have a tornado on the ground here. Latest update, let's see. Again, this is your rotation. It does seem to be slightly broader. Not by much, but a little bit broader. And yeah, not a whole lot is showing up on the correlation coefficient anymore, so there's a probably good sign that we don't have a tornado on the ground right now. But again, this could really re-strengthen at any time, so we'll be watching that very closely. We do have a new tornado warning that also just got issued over in West Carroll, Morehouse, as well as Richland, Louisiana. Let's head over to that. Again, we have now another tornado warning that has just been issued, and that is going to be for the one that is over right now, Monroe, or just east of Monroe. This is a brand new tornado warning, including Oak Ridge, Colston, as well as Pioneer, Forest, and Oak Grove. So again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, brand new tornado warning. Obviously, this is a storm to watch for long term. It is a bit more discreet, and the cells that are a bit more discreet discreet are definitely more concerning, because again, anything along the line is going to be kind of, again, a bit more weaker. So in terms of rotation, any of these discrete cells though have a lot more opportunity to rotate and produce tornadic threats. So again, 5 tornado warnings ongoing here across the state of Louisiana. We had one earlier back over in Arkansas, but again, 5 tornado warnings right now in Louisiana. If you know anybody in the track of these, again, make sure that you are making them aware of it by messaging them. You don't have to share the stream. I don't care if you share this, but obviously, if this is something that they need, make sure to share this as well. But obviously, make sure you message them, give them a heads up, give them a phone call as well, because again, this is a very dangerous situation that we're watching unfold here in Louisiana. 5 tornado warnings and also a severe thunderstorm warning back up in Arkansas, which is obviously not as concerning as the 5 tornado warnings that we have ongoing. Back down near Robeline, let's take another look at this. We do have, it looks like, a bit of a hook developing again on this cell, maybe a bit of an inflow. This is your cell right now. Here's your hook, bit of an inflow. We could get a tornado at any time right now west of Interstate 49. Let's go back over to the velocities, and I don't think it's actually, oh, there we go. So it has updated. Correlation coefficient not showing yet a tornado, but very strong rotation. Very well could see a tornado at any time. Again, west of Interstate 49 near Robeline. So another tornado warned cell to watch for very closely with pretty strong rotation. This one has been rotating fairly strong for the last at least 15 to 20 minutes. So definitely another storm to watch. Again, if you're along Interstate 49, this will arrive to Interstate 49 in the next 10 minutes. So if you're along that area and you're a truck driver, probably a good idea to pull over maybe before or after that tornado warning. All right, let's go back up to the other tornado warning cell. Again, this was the confirmed tornado, which I don't think has had any updates since. I do think there's no longer a tornado on the ground for right now, but again, very well could see one at any time. Let's go back over to the velocities again. And yeah, it seems like broadening rotation on this cell that did originally have a tornado on the ground there for a good 5 minutes, I would say. So Marion, it does seem like we still have rotation for sure, but obviously for right now, it does seem like that rotation has weakened a little bit. Overall, though, a lot of rain is coming out of this, and we very well could see a tornado redevelop with this at any time. But for now, it is all attached to this line of storm. So anything that gets attached to this kind of line in the cluster is probably going to struggle to really rotate. Again, any of these discrete cells that we're seeing, which this one right now is fairly discrete near Monroe, also the one north of Alexandria, definitely discrete right now, and then the other one back down here near Robeline, near Interstate 49, is also pretty discreet right now. But again, this one's going to get caught up by this line. Ooh, I did not mean to make that bold. But this is actually, that cell down there is going to be caught up by this line of storms here pretty soon, which will eventually probably help to weaken it out at some point down the road. But for right now, obviously it is posing a threat as a fairly strong rotating cell right now, west of Interstate 49. So again, make sure you're in shelter if you're anywhere in the track of this. Robeline, again, is the main area included, and as well as Interstate 49. Hey Penny, how you doing? Welcome back. And by the way, if you have not already, make sure to hit the like button on the stream. It helps get this out to more people that are in the track, again, of these tornado warned cells. Again, there's 5 tornado warnings ongoing, and obviously a lot of people being impacted tonight. Pretty significant tornado threat still remains for the rest of this evening. If you have not already and you want more details on the entire forecast for the severe weather threat, you can go to the very beginning of this live stream. First 20 minutes was centered all around the severe weather potential for tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday, because again, the south and southeast will be impacted over the next 72 hours. Also, more details on that winter storm are at the very beginning of this live stream. So again, you can go ahead and check that out if you need to, or a full detailed breakdown if you are kind of a few hours out from now. If you have any specific questions, that's the best way to kind of figure that out. It's at the beginning of the stream. Thank you for becoming a Storm Chaser member, Top. I'm just going to call you Top. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Indiana's not in the track of severe weather. Hey Metallic, how you doing? All right, let's go back up to, again, we actually have a tornado warning, by the way, for Monroe. It's just been canceled. Again, the storm has now moved out of the Monroe area. That was the region, actually, that was, again, there was a tornado warning cell there just on the outskirts of Monroe that impacted Schwartz. No confirmation, though, of a tornado, but for right now, though, it's definitely going to be something to watch as it heads towards Oak Ridge over the next couple of minutes. It'll eventually go towards Forest. Let me actually go ahead and put a track on this and give you an idea of where this might be heading here long term. This will be a broad look at things on the entire cell, but this is your timing for right now. So moving off to the northeast, again, Oak Grove 911, eventually Eudora right around 924, Lake Providence 926, Rolling Fork right around 946, eventually Isola right around 1011, Indianola right around 1013, Inverness right around 1014, as well as Moorhead at 1022, and eventually towards Ida Bena right around 1035 tonight. So that is the current timing, especially at least on this storm. Obviously, it probably will not be producing tornadic threats by 10 o'clock. I wouldn't expect it at least, but obviously it's definitely going to be something to watch for. Could very well produce a tornado threat at some point down the road, even beyond the current tornado warning. So if you're out on track to this, gives you a general idea of when you can expect that tornado warning cell right now. Again, this is a broad look at things. We do have, again, 4 tornado warnings ongoing across the state. One near Farmersville, one right now northeast of Monroe, another one back near Roebling and Interstate 49, as well as over north of Alexandria. Our 4 tornado warnings ongoing. We've had one confirmation of a tornado recently near Farmersville, which I do not think this one's on the ground anymore. We'll see if that has changed in the latest radar scan, which we have not yet gotten. I think the next radar scan comes in here in just a second, but this was the one that was on the ground recently, so we'll see if there's any update there in just a moment. Hey, no problem, Rain. Appreciate you tuning in. Near Sabine? Where's that? Are you talking about this storm here? I'm not even sure where Sabine is. Let me look that up. So I don't think that shows my map here. Yeah, oh yeah, I think it's this storm that you're talking about. Yeah, this one has had pretty strong rotation. I haven't seen anything on the ground though yet in terms of a correlation coefficient drop, a CC drop if you want to call it that. I've not seen any debris, at least at this time, being lifted up. This is where our rotation was. I'm pretty sure it was right about there. Kind of line that up again. Yeah, that's where our rotation is. There's no drop yet in terms of debris being lifted up. Next radar scan is coming in right now, so we'll have an idea if there is actually a tornado on the ground, at least in the next radar scan here in just a second. We don't have any live cams in this specific area either, so for right now, we do not have any confirmation there. But again, west of Interstate 49 is where we have some pretty strong rotation moving right now off to the northeast. Northeast Arkansas, I don't expect any severe weather really there, Daisy. Maybe a couple of showers, maybe a weak storm. I don't think there will be much up there, though. Thank you, by the way, for everybody who has subscribed. If you have not already, by the way, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We'll keep you updated with the latest on the severe weather, really any type of weather here on the YouTube channel. So make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Again, make sure to hit the like button as well. It gets out to more people. We're only 43 subscribers from 27,000. All right, let me check Twitter real quick. We'll see if we have any other updates there. I don't think we've had any updates on that one tornado warning cell. That was a confirmed tornado. At this given time, there's no updates on that one. We should have one here in just a moment, though. I think the next radar scan should be coming in right now. For some reason, it hasn't yet. We're 7 minutes behind on the latest radar scan. It's coming in right now, so we'll have an update there here in just a moment. That's crazy, Runway. Yeah, I know. I mean, there's a lot of people that are at work this morning, and they were shocked by the tornadoes over in North Texas. It was unbelievable. I mean, I never really expected that much activity. By any means. I wasn't expecting several tornadoes this morning in North Texas. There was probably a tornado outbreak this morning. I think it's going to get classified as that. There was at least 8 tornadoes that have been confirmed so far in North Texas. There's at least 12, though, that have been reported with damage. So there's a very good chance we've possibly seen a dozen tornadoes happen this morning in North Texas, which is quite insane. By the way, storm in Marion does not seem to be rotating nearly as badly anymore, so some good news there if you're back up there northeast of Farmersville. Does seem like the rotation has weakened a bit, so for right now, not as much rotation. Do stay in shelter, though, for the at least next several minutes as that storm passes. For right now, though, again, it does not seem like we have a tornado on the ground. It was, again, originally on the ground a little while ago. Back over near areas northeast of Monroe, back over towards Oak Ridge. This is the storm that also has some rotation, had a bit stronger rotation near Monroe. I don't think it has as strong a rotation anymore. Unfortunately, I think we're between 4 radar sites again. I think we have to go down to the Alexandria one here. We'll see if we have a better view here. This one's right now near Oak Ridge, moving off to the northeast towards Forest and Oak Grove. This is the latest update on this, and we're still having pretty bad signals here for some reason. There we go. There's the rotation. It actually is still, it's definitely still rotating there southeast of Colston, which obviously does warrant the tornado warning for at least the next 40 minutes, at least from the National Weather Service. Again, that's moving off to the northeast. Will be impacting areas like Forest, Pioneer, Oak Grove in the next really 20 to 30 minutes. So make sure you have your safety plan in place. The tornado warning storm near Marion, by the way, is no longer an observed or confirmed tornado. It is back to radar indicated here for the next 12 minutes before that warning will likely expire. Back north of Alexandria, we have a tornado warning here. Again, this one's moving off to the northeast. Rotation is still going with this one. This one's been rotating for a while. I've not seen any drop on this by any means. I haven't seen any tornado, at least on radar, on the ground at this point with this specific cell, but it is still rotating. It has been for a while. It has been for the last 30 minutes or so, just off to the west of Jenna. The warning got issued, I'm pretty sure, right about, 30 minutes ago it got issued. So this is the latest on this tornado warning. Again, moving off to the northeast, going towards Highway 84. That'll be in the track of that here in the next little while, just to the west of Jenna. Correlation coefficient not showing any debris right now, which is good news, but this is rain wrapped, so don't try to look for this one unless you're a trained storm chaser. So again, if you're anywhere along 500, that's probably where this will be heading here in the next several minutes. But other than that, again, if you are just at your house or something like that, make sure you're in your safe place. No need to risk it because, again, it is rain wrapped without a doubt there. Back over near Interstate 49, let's get a little update on this one. This one has had strong rotation for quite some time. This is the latest radar scan from 8:47, so a couple of minutes ago. A new one, I think, has just come in, but that was our rotation a couple of minutes ago near 485. Again, not as strong as a moment ago, but again, it has had some, at least some moderate rotation here for quite some time. I'll be heading towards areas north now of Roebling near Interstate 49 in the next couple of minutes. So again, if you're in this area, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. Also, this storm that is currently ongoing is producing some pea-sized hail. Just a little heads up there, a report of some pea-sized hail, or at least some small hail, probably pea-sized. That's typically, on the small end scale anyways, but we do have a report of small hail here with this cell. Not obviously as concerning as a tornado, but definitely be something to watch for here pretty closely. This one, again, producing some fairly broad rotation, it seems like now. This is where our rotation is. Not nearly as strong, but it could tighten at any time as it heads towards Interstate 49. It will eventually go towards, I'm not sure how to say that. I'm not even trying to say it. If anybody has a pronunciation for that, let me know. But that is currently another area that's going to be in the track of this. That is the area that we've actually had some pea-sized hail reported. It was right along Interstate 49 and going towards Route 1 right now. Those are the two areas that have had a little bit of some small hail being indicated. Also, heads up, new mesoscale discussion that is going to be issued or just got issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We are likely going to see a new tornado watch issued across portions of Louisiana. That would be for this area here. The new tornado watch will be replacing the initial tornado watch most likely in the next hour. So just a little heads up there. Again, very likely that we'll have a new tornado watch there in the next little while. Other than that, again, we still have a tornado watch over here until 2 a.m. So this one will not get replaced anytime soon. But this other one over here will probably get replaced because it does expire in an hour from now. Also, tornado has officially been confirmed, it looks like, near Farmerville. That was an area that obviously had a correlation coefficient drop, which means debris was being lifted up into the atmosphere about 20-ish minutes ago, maybe 25, right about 20 minutes ago. Tornado was on the ground, and now we have official confirmation, it looks like, from a law enforcement of power lines down, likely from a tornado there in Union County, Louisiana. So that is our latest update out of that tornado warning cell. Again, this one does seem to be weakening out in terms of its rotation, but it did produce a tornado there for probably a good 5 to 10 minutes there. So definitely something to kind of be mindful of there. All right. Hey, no problem, Jake. I'm glad I'm able to help you. No problem at all. Hey, Tina, how you doing? Welcome. Hey, Sniper, how you doing? Welcome back. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. Any specific questions, I'll try to get to a few of them here. As we go in between radar scans, I'll kind of get to those. Back over to this storm. Latest radar update has just come in. Let's go and see if there's any new updates here. Rotation, or the velocities, I mean, have not yet updated on my end, but they'll update here in a second. But again, we're still seeing a little bit of hail out of this, so a little bit of a hail threat. This actually, I mean, if there's no new tornado warning with this, which I think there might be a new tornado warning coming with this here in a moment, but really one thing to note here is that there's definitely some hail with this near Interstate 49 and going towards Campty and going off to the northeast. There's definitely going to be some little bits of hail coming out of the storm as well. North Carolina will not see anything tonight, no. Steven, not really. There's not really a number that at least from what I know, they don't really have a specific number on naming something a tornado outbreak. From what I know, though, typically tornado outbreaks are at least 6 to 10 tornadoes. That's typically the threshold. Obviously, it does depend on the severity of tornadoes as well. And, you know, if we had like 10 EF0 tornadoes, is that really a tornado outbreak? I don't really know. I don't obviously classify it as anything because I don't, you know, ever do that. But the Storm Prediction Center usually does, or the National Weather Service, and they'll classify it as a tornado outbreak or whatnot. And if we have like, you know, 6 EF3 tornadoes, for example, is that a tornado outbreak? That would probably definitely be a tornado outbreak. But yeah, it's a weird little thing because I don't think there's any specific specifications for that. But it's typically at least 6 to 10 tornadoes. And it does depend on how large the area is too. I mean, if we have 6 tornadoes in one day, but they're all in different states and all across the United States, that's not really an outbreak. So that's just a really broad area. By the way, latest update on this tornado warning. Currently southwest of Campty, right along Interstate 49. Rotation is definitely weakening on this. I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning to be issued out in front of this, probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes, if there's not a new tornado warning. But I definitely wouldn't rule out that there's a tornado warning here. If you guys didn't see, by the way, over in North Texas today, there was at least 8 tornadoes today, at least. There may have been upwards of 12 tornadoes in North Texas just this morning, and they were under a slight risk of severe weather. So there's also a few over in Oklahoma, so that does not account for those. But yeah, there was a lot of tornadoes over there in North Texas today. Just kind of a heads up there. If you've not already seen all the photos and videos, you can see all those over on my Facebook page. Link is in the description. There's a lot of photos and videos on there, so just a heads up there. Andrew, at the beginning of this forecast, I have all my thoughts on both today, tomorrow, and Thursday on really everything to do with weather. So make sure to go to there, and they'll have a full breakdown on severe weather. So if you just go back to like the very beginning of this stream, you'll be able to see it. Hey, Weston, how you doing? Welcome back. Hey, Pep Prepper, how you doing? Welcome back. Or welcome. All right, let's go back over to the reflectivity. We're going to kind of zoom out here for just a second. We have most of these warnings, I think, expire actually in the next 5 minutes. So we'll see what we get in terms of new tornado warnings in the next 5 minutes. We'll see what happens there. Again, these are the 3 tornado warnings out of the 4 that are set to expire in 4 minutes from now. So we'll have an update there here in just a moment. This one does go for another half an hour. We'll go back to that one actually right now. We'll see if there's any new updates here. We are still well in between a lot of radar sites with this one going towards Oak Grove. Let's see if we have any updates here. This one might also be, this one's actually warned right now for golf ball sized hail, by the way. Still has some pretty strong rotation as well. Currently west of Forest. Look at this hail core here. That is currently golf ball sized hail falling, potentially going towards Oak Grove and just to the west of Forest and Pioneer. Again, northeast of Monroe, Louisiana. Definitely have a pretty hefty hail core right now near Route 2. Moving off to the northeast as well. And again, make sure you are staying away from windows if you're in the track of this storm. Pretty big hail core there. I think we can actually go and pull up the hail radar on here as well. Let's go and do that. This will give us an idea of the hail sizes and whatnot as well, at least being estimated by the radar. So we're going to take a little glance at that here. So we have a quick second before the next radar scan comes in. If it wants to load. Oh, there we go. Actually, it has not loaded in yet, so we'll have an update on that here pretty soon. But there's definitely a pretty good chance that we have some pretty large hail there right now. This is the velocities, by the way. Pretty strong rotation, it looks like, on the south end of the storm, which is typically where tornadoes do form. West of Pioneer, moving off to the east-northeast. Correlation coefficient is picking up on, actually, it looks like maybe some debris there. It is hard to tell because we have a pretty large hail core there off to the north of it, but we may actually have a little possibility for a tornado with this cell at any time, but it very well could be because of the hail convection there as well. So possibility, though, that there's a tornado on the ground there. Definitely not confirmed at this point, but that'll be heading towards Pioneer and Forest. Large hail, though, for sure. Golf ball size possible there. By the way, there are 2 people missing in Pecan Farms from early Tuesday evening from a tornado that moved through that area. Not sure. That's in Louisiana, so just a little heads up there. I guess that just came out a few minutes ago. So, or actually about an hour ago, that's just been announced. That's not good news at all. Gorilla hail? I don't know. You have to ask Reed Timmer. I think Reed Timmer made up that term, didn't he? We have a new tornado warning in Texas. Back actually well out of the air, or this is technically still in the area, but this is on the very south end, I think, of the line of storms, or the cluster. This is a ongoing tornado warning back over in southeast Texas. Pretty rural area here, but we'll glance at the rotation, and there's definitely some rotation here. Currently, again, just to the east of Browndale. Moving off to the east right now. Again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. Brand new tornado warning over in Texas. Again, we have 5 tornado warnings ongoing, by the way. But we're not going to update the count yet because we're probably going to have a few of those expire here in just a moment. So, but again, pretty strong rotation here back over in Texas. Correlation coefficient not picking up on too much yet, but watch this closely. Again, that's a very small sliver of a tornado warning there in Texas. Not really that, it's not surprising by any means. I mean, they are under a tornado watch, but definitely further west than most of these other storms. And a lot of the other ones, by the way, that are rotating. For example, this one back up here that has pretty strong rotation and a pretty large hail as well, back up north of Delhi and Interstate 20. That storm is discrete. This one that was originally had a tornado was originally discrete, but then the line of storms caught up, so it's not really rotating much anymore. The other storm back over near Interstate 49, weakening in terms of rotation, because again, that line of storms is now catching up to that storm, starting to weaken out that rotation in that cell. This one, though, is actually kind of an exception back over northeast of Jasper in Texas. There's actually a bit of an exception there kind of on the south end. Again, there's a possibility for an isolated tornado or two embedded in this line, but they're typically more on the brief side of things. Any of these other storms out in front of it, the discrete cells that we have, which there are 2 right now, have a better chance most likely in the long term of producing maybe a potential for a strong or even maybe long track tornado potentially tonight. Again, we do have that possibility for a strong tornado or 2 this evening and into the overnight hours. All right, latest update, we're down now to 3 tornado warnings, and we I think have 5 or no, yeah, we have 4 warnings. 2 tornado warnings are ongoing. So yeah, that's what we're down to right now. So 2 tornado warnings. We have 1 back up north of Delhi and another one back northeast of Jasper. 1 in Texas, 1 in Louisiana right now. Obviously, we could see another one at any time. This was the other storm that was rotating originally back over near Camp T. We'll take a quick glance at this one more time. And yeah, rotation is definitely weakened out. Winds have gotten very weak on that cell. But this is the other one back over in Texas. We'll have to watch this one pretty closely. But I'm pretty sure right now this one is in a very rural area, if I'm not mistaken. Let's double check here. And yeah, this one's in a rural area. South Toledo Bend will be in the track of this. It is currently in a population of 360, but that's the latest update there. By the way, Peter, if you're still here, yes, I've seen that. I actually posted that on Facebook. Yeah, just a quick update, by the way. If you guys are curious, I'll actually show this here. This was the tornadoes from earlier today in North Texas. We had at least, now this is up to 8 confirmed tornadoes, by the way. This is not 5. It's actually up to 8 confirmed tornadoes as of a few minutes ago. So in North Texas, we've had 3 confirmed tornadoes just recently here in Fort Worth, or just near Fort Worth, kind of on the outskirts there. There are currently upwards of 13 possible tornadoes, though. There was 3 separate tornadoes confirmed here northwest of Fort Worth, and then we've had a long track tornado near Decatur this morning. It was an EF2 tornado from earlier this morning as well. Again, there have been several tornadoes, though, confirmed. We have 5, now 8 tornadoes confirmed. Another 5 are likely being surveyed right now, or will be again tomorrow, to kind of give us an idea if we had more tornadoes than that, which we probably did. So it does seem like we had a tornado outbreak today in North Texas. So again, 8 confirmed tornadoes at this point. An additional 5 are possibly also tornadoes as well. So yeah, again, we've had a lot of tornadoes here, and all these have had video evidence, by the way, here in the Fort Worth area. And I'll go ahead and show you guys some videos here in just a moment if I can pull those up. We have a few videos there. Actually had a few viewers send in some videos. Let me go and pull a few of those up real quick. If you guys want to take a look at one of those videos that we had. Let me go back out and zoom in here real quick. All right, we'll do that. Let's go ahead and show you. I had a viewer send in a video from earlier of a tornado in the Fort Worth area. I'm going to show you that. I've actually had a few. This is a close-up one. This was over in Fort Worth. And that's a tornado right there, by the way. I'm assuming some of you guys might have seen this on Twitter. I'm not sure how many of you actually have, but that is a clearly depicted tornado there on the ground. And that truck is turning around. He was actually going backwards, which I don't blame him, honestly, as long as it's safe, because obviously a tornado is literally right there. Also, we have another one from another viewer. We actually had a few from, I had a few people send in videos. Some of these people also had close-ups. One of them was, that one actually had excessive swearing, so I'm not going to kind of give you an idea of what happened there. There was a lot of, I think every single one of these had swearing. Also, in Texas, we had a race to escape the madness this morning in North Texas. Racing down the streets there were trash cans. They were trying to get away from the madness of the severe weather. So, yeah, this is another one of those views there in North Texas this morning. Pretty crazy. Again, that was one of those things that you just can't... I mean, there was a lot of funny comments on this one, too. Let's see if I can find one real quick. This one was really funny. Let's see. Yeah, somebody said they're done with this weather, too. Which I wouldn't blame them. Somebody actually said, all I see are 2 Dallas Cowboys fans. So, again, that was somebody who said that as well. So, yeah, there's some funny comments on this, but yeah. All right, let me find another tornado one. We had another tornado one from a viewer. I got to go into my messages here because I actually had somebody send a video of a tornado in the Fort Worth area that was theirs. They had a close-up, in-person view of it. Yeah, this is the other one. I'm not going to, again, show the wording of this. Or I'm not going to give you the wording in this, because, again, a lot of swears in this one as well. But, again, going to be muted for you. So for those that are younger, you don't have to worry about that. All right, there. This is the close-up of a tornado, by the way. It's coming up here in just a second, so you might want to watch this here for a second. Also, I posted that trash can one on Twitter, by the way. Again, this will be muted just for swearing's sake. You'll see debris being flown up into the atmosphere here in just a second. This is about, yeah, it's going to come up here in just a second. This person, again, I don't recommend you ever doing this. There's the debris there, by the way. You can kind of see it flying up. This guy's starting to run inside as well. And there's the debris, by the way, going off that house, or that building. I think it's a house, but it actually looks like a bit more like a warehouse. That's a tornado there. This guy runs back into his house. So yeah, again, never do that. Again, it's not worth it, but this person decided to kind of be a daredevil there. Yeah, that was a crazy tornado there. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We're only a few subscribers away. I think we're like 2 subscribers from 27,000. Make sure to hit the subscribe button. We'll keep you updated with the latest on the severe weather and all the weather across the United States. Yeah, crazy stuff. I think we have a few others. I'll kind of bring them up here in a second. I want to give you a quick update on the tornado warnings that we have ongoing, and then we'll get back to a few of the other clips that we've had sent in. Again, tornado warning ongoing in northeast Louisiana. This one's producing pretty large hail, golf ball size right now, being estimated by radar west of Forest. Rotation has also been pretty strong with this. Looks to be a bit broader on the latest scan, so a little bit of good news there, but it's still producing some pretty large hail, so be mindful of that. Stay away from windows, and again, stay at the lowest floor possible if you're near Oak Grove and Forest. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings also ongoing near Greenville, Eudora, hopefully I'm saying the name right, and Crosset for damaging winds up to 60 and a little bit of quarter-sized hail. And another tornado warning ongoing northeast of Jasper. This one is in Texas, along the south end of the line of storms. This one also has had some rotation that was stronger at one point. It has weakened, it looks like, for the time being. It's fairly weak at this point, but I can't rule out a brief EF0 type tornado there, going towards South Toledo Bend, I believe that area is. So that's what we're looking at there. All right, we're going to stay back on this storm here for a second. I'm going to see if we have any other clips that were sent in. We had a lot of videos sent in. Actually, we have another one that was sent in of a tornado in Fort Worth. Let's see if I can bring that one up here. Yeah, it was crazy. Again, I have a whole page of North Texas weather, so that's why I get all these, video submissions and stuff like that. Yeah, this is another one here. This was the tornado in Fort Worth as well. A different perspective. We actually, again, had several different tornadoes there in Fort Worth today. Again, 3 different touchdowns, but this was another one here in Fort Worth. And in the background, there's your tornado. I don't think you're going to see any damage really out of this one. Just kind of as a spoiler alert, by the way. But there's your tornado in the background. and actually a little bit of street flooding at the bottom of your screen. But yeah, again, back in North Texas today, and that's pretty much it there. But yeah, that's the tornado moving away. Kind of like a little time lapse here, just kind of moves away. Good news there. At least it wasn't going towards them. But yeah, another tornado that you could visibly see today. Again, the kind of like what we're talking about tonight with these storms that are ongoing. These are more nocturnal. Obviously, it's nighttime, and also a lot of these tornadoes, or at least the tornado that we saw near Farmerville in Louisiana, was rain wrapped tonight. So just a little heads up there. All right. Doesn't feel like Christmas. It doesn't. But by the way, have I not mentioned this yet to you guys? I kind of did at the beginning. For those that are just tuning in, I want to give you a little bit of a spoiler alert for next week. If you are excited about cold weather, it is coming to a store near you. Just kind of a heads up there. We do have a pretty big cold blast, aka a Arctic blast, that is coming towards the United States going into the Christmas week time frame. This could drop temperatures substantially. Some of the computer models have indicated much colder weather. This could potentially be the high temperatures on Christmas Day. Now, we're very far out. This is almost 300 hours out, so don't get too excited about this cold weather or get too down about it, because obviously a lot of things can change in between now and then, but this is a possibility. An Arctic blast is expected, though, at some point in the upcoming couple of weeks. This could be when it happens, right around the Christmas time frame. So temperatures could really drop across the United States. Again, a lot of cold weather looks like it's coming pretty soon, but again, not anything to get too ahead of yourself on. It is a possibility at this point. It is not set in stone. Things will change in between now and then. This is also the 22nd, which is where this cold blast, at least on the GFS model, shows it will kind of impact the center portions of the United States first, and then shift a bit further off to the east over those upcoming days. So, but again, a lot of things will change in between now and then. And the European model is showing it will impact Texas more than anything, and not nearly the East Coast as much at the beginning. But again, a lot of things can change in between now and then, but definitely something to watch out for sure in the long term. I know a lot of people have been kind of thinking, it's felt very warm over the past few weeks, but a cold front has arrived to a lot of the United States, and it is definitely cooling down for a lot of you. Below average temperatures, though, are definitely ahead, it looks like, heading into the following couple of weeks. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest, though, on videos and whatnot with more details. As we get closer, things will change, obviously, so nothing to be that concerned about. Again, do not try to think you're going to be in the teens at this point by Christmas Day. It's too hard to forecast the exact temperature, but definitely a possibility. Again, we're only about 10 days out from that happening, so it's getting closer and closer. Computer models have been very consistent with it. Seems like we'll definitely probably see some sort of big Arctic blast heading into around the Christmas time frame. So definitely, if you're excited about that, get excited, I guess, but don't get your hopes up too much, because again, things might change. And really where it goes is a big question. I mean, we very well could see that cold blast impact this area of the United States and not this area. We could also see the exact opposite during that time frame, and it's really one of those things. Or it could even be further north. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities there. New tornado, by the way, has been confirmed in Farmerville from earlier. This was the confirmed tornado on radar that we had at near the beginning of this stream. Mobile homes have been destroyed on Camp Road in Farmerville. So update there. It seems like we're starting to get some updates there of a tornado that has officially, it looks like, destroyed mobile homes. And there's multiple in Union County, Louisiana, have been destroyed from a tornado not even an hour ago. So if we have any photos or anything like that, I'll keep you updated. But that is the latest out of Farmerville in Louisiana. Also, tornado warning in Texas, I believe, has just been canceled. No, it actually hasn't. Never mind. But that one should not be rotating too much anymore. I thought it got canceled, but I guess not. Go back over to here real quick. And actually, there's still a little bit of rotation here. Going towards, again, South Toledo Bend, very limited population area, but again, a little bit of rotation there near 87, moving off to the north, or moving off to the east. Again, this is a pretty weak scenario, very weak velocity. So if there were to be a tornado, probably going to be in the weekend. But again, make sure you're in shelter. A little hook actually on this as well. Near South Toledo Bend in Texas, by the way. So a little something to watch there. Thank you, Shelly, by the way, for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that a lot, Shelly. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, but I do appreciate that a lot. Thanks. Appreciate your generosity. Happy holidays. Very early Christmas. Yes, it is pretty much very early, but I appreciate it. It's like 2 weeks out. We're not too far. I've been hearing the Mariah Carey song on the radio for the past like 4 weeks, so, or 5 weeks. I've heard it ever since like, I actually, first time I heard whoever, the Carey person, I originally back in the Halloween time frame, like late October, that was the first time I heard it on the radio. I was like, holy crap, we are so early on Christmas this year. I was like, it feels still like summer, so it kind of threw me off even more. So yeah, that's kind of one of those things. Let me go on Twitter real quick. We'll see if we have any of those, see if we have any updates on that. Brand new tornado warning was just issued. A huge tornado warning was just issued up into the kind of western Mississippi as well as southeast Arkansas. I don't know if we have any other better radar sites. Doesn't look like it. But this one is currently for Eudora as well as Greenville, Leland, and Lake Village. Again, brand new tornado warning cell here. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This will be moving off to the northeast. And for right now, by the way, Farmerville, I'm not seeing any photos or videos or anything like that. But if you do know anybody in that area, make sure they're safe. Again, there was a tornado that was confirmed there. Multiple mobile homes were destroyed as well. Again, brand new tornado warning, though, up here into western Mississippi and eastern Arkansas, southeast Arkansas. Jelly, they are hilarious. I know. The member-only bloopers are hilarious. Thanks, Bird. All right, let's go back down here to the south. And we'll kind of zoom out again. We have actually 3 tornado warnings ongoing. I think this one in Texas is not expiring yet. And all these actually, the 2 here go to 9:30. So we got 17 more minutes on both of those warnings unless they get canceled. And we also have backup in Greenville. Again, this one just got issued and it will go for an extra hour here. So up until 10:15 Central Time. We'll go and update the warning counter here up to 3 and 5. There we go. So yeah, 3 tornado warnings across 1 in Texas, 1 in Louisiana, 1 in Arkansas, and Mississippi. So we actually have 3 tornado warnings all across 4 states. So we'll update there. Brian, way too early to really get to that. Are you talking about the next couple of days, or are you talking about like the Arctic blast that I was talking about? Because if you're talking about the severe weather for Florida on Thursday, or really beginning tomorrow for the Panhandle, go to the beginning of this live stream and you'll see a full detailed breakdown of what to expect. I have a full breakdown there. Let me go to the velocities real quick. I didn't show you guys that. Let's go to the velocities here over in southeast Arkansas as well as western Mississippi. This is your rotation, by the way. It seems to be a little bit broad right now near Eudora, but again, that's moving off to the northeast. Very well could produce a tornado threat at some point down the road. Looks like a little bit of broad rotation as well back up near Lake Village. Pretty broad right now. This might be another reason why this tornado warning is so large, but a couple areas of rotation it looks like with this cell. Pretty broad for now, but again, we could see something develop at some point with this cell as it moves off to the northeast. Canadian, we've had 1 confirmed tornado on this live stream near Farmerville, and we've had around, I think, 12 now tornadoes confirmed on the day. So 12 total tornadoes have been confirmed today. Next couple of days, yeah, Brian, go to the beginning of this live stream. I think about 10 minutes in or 15 minutes in, I talk about it specifically. Has all the timing and everything like that. It'd be just easier to do that instead of trying to jump to here on this while we have tornado warnings. I'm going to check Twitter and see if we have any updates on that tornado in Farmerville. Does anybody know anybody up near that Farmerville area? By the way, if you are curious about the NATO cast, which I know some of you guys kind of look at it sometimes, I'm just going to give you a quick update there. This is for tomorrow. They'll show you a 30% chance again. I'm not really too crazy about the NATO cast. It's accurate very occasionally, but not really that often, but it's something to look at. If you're curious about the NATO cast that just came out, so we're on Twitter. Let's see. By the way, this tornado warning up here is issued for 53,000 people. Again, radar indicated rotation is producing hail up to the size of quarters. The tornado warning cell right now near Oak Grove is still producing upwards of golf ball sized hail. Does not seem like at this point that there's been a whole lot of rotation with this, though, at least in the last few minutes. It does seem like that's weakening out a little bit. Still tornado warning ongoing as well for Jasper County and Newton County, Texas. Again, we still have three tornado warnings ongoing, 4 different states for those 3 tornado warnings. Hey, CH, how you doing? Welcome back. Storms in the morning are expected, embers. We have a brand new tornado warning that's just been issued. It's going to be on that exact same storm, Oak Grove, Kilbourne, as well as Hollandale, included in a brand new tornado warning. This is moving off to the east-northeast. Again, this cell has been producing some pretty large hail as well. The hailstone size has dropped by about ½ an inch down to $0.50 sized hail. Moving off to the northeast, damaging winds are also going to be possible up to 60, but again, tornado warning has been issued. It is for radar indicated rotation. Again, moving off to the northeast. Let me go back over to the velocities again here. And we'll go back to the storm. So yeah, again, some broad rotation here for right now. Very well could strengthen at any time, but it hasn't been overly strong at this point, but it very well, again, could strengthen. There's been some hail with this, upwards of golf ball sized at one point. Looks like that hailstone size can be dropping here over the next little while. And this is the hail radar, by the way. I think it has updated to give us an idea of what the hailstone size was over near Forest. And the hail radar has been underestimating, I think, a bit of the hailstone size. It's only been estimating upwards of quarter sized at the peak. But again, we may have seen larger hail than that. It did seem like, at least on radar, that we may have had upwards of golf ball size, but we'll see what happens. I haven't seen any reports yet of hail out of this storm, which might also be why they are downgrading the hailstone size. But for right now, again, this will be moving off to the northeast. Tornado warning storm. Tornado is obviously much more important to be seeking shelter for at this point. And also, tornado warning in Texas has expired or been canceled. So canceled by the National Weather Service. We are still at 3 tornado warnings, though. Again, 3 of them here across these states. Monroe, actually, just east, or really in Monroe, there was actually quarter-sized hail reported. So again, over near Monroe, Louisiana, from that storm earlier that was tornado warned, it actually has officially produced some quarter-sized hail. More recently, again, Farmerville, if you're just tuning in, had a confirmed tornado. It damaged multiple mobile homes as well on Camp Road in Farmerville. And there's also been some power lines down reported by law enforcement. So we are beginning to see some damage out of that area. I'm going to see if we have any photos or anything like that coming out of Farmerville as well. And give me 1 second. We'll see if we have anything coming out of there. Again, Farmerville, Louisiana had a confirmed tornado within the past hour, by the way. That was only about 50 minutes ago when that touched down. Yeah, there's some very significant, again, very significant damage. A lot of people are saying there's very significant damage there. Also, Union Parish Police Department is reporting multiple mobile homes are destroyed with multiple injuries, by the way. In Farmerville. Not something you want to hear in Farmerville. Again, we're now hearing multiple injuries in that area where that tornado was confirmed. Yeah, we are definitely not hearing good news at all out of that area right now. Again, mobile homes have been destroyed, as what we've heard, and as well as multiple injuries. Those are the two reports that we have in Farmerville. And that tornado, again, kind of looks strong on radar. It was on the ground for a good 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes. It was on the north side of Farmerville in Louisiana. So, trees and power lines are also down. Possible damage to apartments near the intersection of LA 15 and LA 549, by the way, near Goldie Street in northern Farmerville. Another update there. Again, these are a lot of citizen reports right now. I'm not sure how accurate everything is here, but I do know the multiple mobile homes is accurate. Injuries do seem accurate as well. If we have any other updates there. Yeah, those are the main updates right now. No photos right now, though, out of Farmerville. Obviously, though, safety is much more important right now. Hopefully, everybody's safe there in Farmerville. It did seem like a pretty strong tornado in Farmerville, Louisiana. All right, so Drew said in chat, I'm not sure how accurate this is. Again, another citizen report here. We have reports of injuries as well as people trapped inside homes in Farmerville, Louisiana. Again, it does seem like this was likely a strong tornado. But obviously, again, mobile homes can be destroyed and really damaged significantly from even EF0 or EF1 type tornadoes. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot, but it does seem like this might have been on the stronger end at this point. So let's hope at least that it wasn't too bad. The correlation coefficient drop on radar at the time of when that made touchdown there near Farmerville. Again, this is where Farmerville is. It's north of Interstate 20, northwest of Monroe. This is the area that we had that tornado confirmed. Again, it was probably on the ground for a good 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes. So that's the latest update there. We do have a brand new tornado warning that has also just been issued near Crossit, and as well as Montrose and Lake Village, Portland, as well as Hamburg, all included in a new tornado warning. Again, seek shelter if you're included in this warning, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Still seems to be some broad rotation on this one too. A lot of these warnings, not too strong of rotation. Does seem like it has strengthened a little bit there near Eudora, but other than that, it seems like a lot of these are a bit broader. Back near Oak Grove, excuse me, there is still some rotation there. Just west of Oak Grove. That's moving off to the northeast. Not too strong right now, but again, some rotation there to be mindful of. Obviously, a tornado, again, could drop out of any of these storms at any time. Near Greenville as well, we do have a little bit of rotation there. Again, 4 tornado warnings are all in effect in basically the same area. All different cells, though. These are not all the same. So again, now we have 4 tornado warnings ongoing. 3 of which, or at least this one's kind of combined now, but two other storms here that are rotating. Two different areas of rotation again on this storm near Eudora as well as Greenville. Heads up, this is kind of where our rotation is. So we have a little bit of broad rotation back up here near Leland and Greenville. Also some rotation back down near 142 and south of 82. So two different areas right now of rotation here in right along the Mississippi River there. So southeast Arkansas as well as into western portions of Mississippi. 4 tornado warnings again ongoing. Thank you, by the way, for everybody that's subscribing. If you've not already, by the way, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We'll keep you updated with the latest information on all severe weather as it does come. And here's a wide view of things across both, or really all the states here in the lower Mississippi Valley. Again, these are where all the tornado warnings are right now. We could see another one further to the south here at any point. We actually had one recently in Texas, but we'll see what happens there. I'm going to see if we have any other updates there out of Farmerville. I'm not sure if the National Weather Service has said anything about it yet. Yeah, at this given time, I'm not seeing anything new out of Farmerville. But again, it seems like some pretty substantial damage there out of Farmerville. Again, the latest update out of Farmerville, Louisiana. If you're just tuning in, Farmerville, Louisiana suffered potentially some substantial damage from a tornado about not even an hour ago. Power lines down, mobile homes are destroyed. Injuries have also been reported, according to a couple of different citizens there. So again, we'll keep you updated with any other new information that comes out of that. That is, again, the tornado warn cell that happened about an hour ago, just under an hour ago there. It's about 8:26 to about 8:34, kind of that time frame there in Farmerville. So it's really just about an hour ago now. So again, we'll have more updates for you as they come. Update, by the way, on the tornado watch that goes until 10 p.m. The Storm Prediction Center did mention a tornado watch will likely be reissued. This one expires at 10 o'clock. It'll likely be reissued for this area here. So Alexandria, just northwest of Baton Rouge, those areas will be included in a new tornado watch most likely at 10 o'clock. Because again, this one expires at 10. They'll reissue a new one for potential for maybe another tornado or two in that area, since it does seem like this area storms will likely produce maybe an isolated tornado threat over the upcoming couple of hours. So that'll be for Alexandria, for example, the Ritter, as well as anywhere along that Interstate 49 stretch towards Bunkie, and as well as near Jasper. So east of there, we'll probably have that potential for a few tornadoes over the next few hours. So just a little heads up there. Again, any of the discrete action that we're seeing out there has the best chance for a tornado threat. Not seeing nearly as much discrete supercell action as we had earlier at the beginning of this live stream. Does seem like a lot of these storms are becoming a bit more connected to different clusters and kind of lines, which does limit that rotation a bit more, and as well as that tornado threat. But obviously still something to keep in mind. We very well probably will see a potential for nocturnal tornadoes through the overnight hours tonight here across the lower Mississippi Valley. So if you're in those areas, again, make sure that you are prepared, have a way to receive alerts as well. Eudora, by the way, if you're on the western north side, you are no longer included in the tornado warning. It's really right along the Highway 65 stretch and just off to the west. Very small sliver there. Still have a way to receive alerts because you're not done with storms yet. It'll still be another little line from Crossett that's going to be moving into your area here pretty soon. And again, this is a wide view of things right now across these couple of states. I'm going to see if we have any other updates there out of Farmerville real quick. We'll give you the latest updates out of Farmerville as they come. By the way, from the Farmerville Police Department, for those that are in Farmerville, avoid Camp Road and Union Villa apartment area due to heavy tornado damage. That's the latest update there. Apparently there's heavy tornado damage. I'm not sure what really heavy means, but obviously it does mean there's probably at least some substantial damage there in the Camp Road, again in Union apartment area there or Union Villa apartment area there in Farmerville from, again, a tornado that happened about 1 hour ago. Again, this is the area that the tornado happened northwest of Monroe. That's from, again, directly from the police department as well. See if we have any other news here real quick. Also, power lines are down on Camp Road in Farmersville, so don't travel on that road, obviously. Camp Road is definitely in a tough predicament right now with the power lines down as well as mobile home damage. So that is the latest that we're having out of there. Again, if we have any more information, though, we'll keep you updated. I'm not seeing anything new yet, but if there's anything new here in a little bit, we'll keep you posted. a lot of damage reports are also coming out of there. So yeah, we'll keep you updated with new information. Again, 4 tornado warnings right now ongoing across, again, Arkansas, southeast Arkansas, specifically near Crossett, going into northeast Louisiana, as well as into western Mississippi. Again, 4 tornado warnings ongoing here, all in a very small area. Let's go to the first one near Oak Grove. This is, again, a tornado warning cell right now with, it does not seem to be nearly as strong a rotation as before. But there is definitely a little bit of broad rotation right now near Oak Grove. This cell has had a history of producing large hail upwards of golf ball size, so it might be producing still maybe up to $half size as that moves off to the northeast. Rotation is still ongoing as well near 142. This is also moving off to the northeast near Highway 82, northeast of your door. I don't know if I'm saying the name right, but it's going off to the northeast right now towards Greenville, going into the Mississippi River area, and it'll eventually move off to the northeast. Bit of broad rotation as well near Greenville and Leland. We have 2 areas of rotation with this tornado warning cell. One again near Highway 82. The other one's also near Highway 82, but just down to the south here, northeast of Eudora. Also back over near Lake Village in this Hamburg area, back into Portland and Montrose. These all areas are all included in a tornado warning. The rotation is all the way back out here to the west. Hasn't moved too far here over the last few minutes. Southwest of Hamburg. Also kind of on the broad to moderate scale right now in terms of rotation strength. But definitely make sure you're in shelter because, again, this could strengthen at any time. The environment that we're in, tornadoes can rapidly strengthen at any point. I did not mean to do that. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at right now, again, across these 4 tornado warnings. Don't have to move too far for the tornado warnings quite yet since, again, all of them are kind of focused in the same area right now, which is a little bit more convenient for me not to have to go all over the map. So, we'll keep you updated with this area more than anything right now. By the way, if you have not already, make sure to hit the like button. It helps it get the stream out to more people that are in the track of these tornado warning cells. Also, if you're new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below, and we'll keep you updated with the latest on all severe weather. We're only 10 subscribers from 27,100, so if you've not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Also, if you have any reports, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'm not sure if we've had any other reports out of Farmerville. Again, they're kind of coming every like 10 to 15 minutes, so we'll see if we have any others coming in here pretty soon, but for right now, again, the latest update is just multiple mobile homes are damaged or destroyed, for that matter, and also a few injuries have been reported, it seems like, at this point. So it does seem like we have at least some injuries there, because it seems like some people aren't responding right now. So yeah, that is not something I want to see. All right, we'll keep you updated with any other information though that comes from there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, kind of a bit more of a lesser situation right now, but this is definitely something to take seriously. Back near Winsboro, as well as into Gilbert, Wisner as well, all included in this new severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Storms move off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So a little cell down that direction. Again, our main concern, though, is these 3 tornado warnings back up here to the north. Over here in, again, northeast Louisiana, southwest Arkansas, and western Mississippi right now. Tornado threat still does exist further south than this, but obviously this is where our tornado warnings are right now. I think I missed anything, right? Yeah, all right, cool. Last tornado warning that got issued was about 9 minutes ago, which was, I think, this one here. So that's for Franklin County, Louisiana, by the way, in the new severe thunderstorm warning. Thanks, Watcher. I appreciate it. Chair's like not working. All right, there we go. Alrighty. Let's see. All right, cool. By the way, if you've not already, make sure to join our Discord server so you can interact with us all through the stream as well. That'll be in the chat. Again, if you have any reports as well, photos, videos, that's a great place to send them in to me. Again, we will be kind of going along with any more photos and videos that we get. I'm still awaiting more information there out of Farmerville. That's kind of like the main topic right now in terms of the tornado that touched down there. So far, I've not seen anything in the last few minutes. We should get something here pretty soon. By the way, update on this tornado warning. It no longer includes the city or town of Hamburg there in Arkansas. So just a little update there. This tornado warning has been condensed just a little bit. So just a little update there. I'm going to go back over to Twitter and see if we have any updates there. I think a lot of these things are just kind of new detail, so... just kind of heads up, by the way, update out of Farmerville. This is the most recent update. Significant damage tonight in Farmerville. We are, so according to Tyler Ellinger, I think his name is. I think this is like a storm survey person or a meteorologist of some sort. They are waiting until it's safe, and then they'll go there to survey the damage. So just a little heads up there. And yeah, he's a journalist / reporter. So yeah, that would be why. So yeah, that person will be going out there once it's safe. Obviously, it is not safe yet to go to Farmerville if you are a person as a like a journalist or something like that. It's just not safe yet. Camp Road and Union Villa apartments are currently pretty much those roads are shut down at this point. So just a little heads up there. That is our latest update. And also, where is this exactly? I might have actually a camera over here, maybe. Maybe not. It's pretty close to the area that we actually have some cameras. Let me see if we have we might actually have a view of this storm right now. See if we can get a view of this. The one over near Hollandale, there might be a little view there. Not sure though. Maybe not. All right, we'll keep you updated if we have any live cams on these, because this is an area that we have to watch for. And we have 3 tornado warnings ongoing across these areas. Montrose in the track again in Arkansas, Greenville and Shaw. This region here and Eudora as well, just northeast of there. This entire region here is under a tornado warning. 2 areas of rotation until 10:15 p.m. unless canceled. We also have one near Kilbourne and north of Lake Providence, which this warning has just been condensed. A very small sliver. Oak Grove is no longer included in this tornado warning. Moving off to the northeast, this is the latest update on the velocities. Still have a little bit of rotation here. It's not too strong right now, but it could strengthen again at any time. Another area of rotation back up south of Greenville. This is still rotating. It's broad, but it could strengthen at any time. And also another broad area of rotation back up near Leland. That's also right now moving off to the northeast. Shaw will be in the track of that here pretty soon, west of Indianola as well. And more rotation back near Hamburg. This area is also moving off to the northeast right now towards Jerome, Dermott, and Portland. Again, those are our 3 tornado warnings. All right. Also, if you have any chat or if you have any questions about the weather and whatnot, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be trying to answer some of those questions as well. Yeah, so there has been multiple injuries reported in Farmerville from a tornado. Again, I cannot confirm that yet. I think that was more of a... I've only seen 1 person or 2 people say it, but obviously it's definitely possible. So, we also have another person that just said severe tornado damage in Farmerville. Avoid Camp Road. Again, it does seem like very significant tornado damage did happen there in Farmerville, Louisiana, from a tornado, again, that happened 1 hour ago. It is an evolving situation, so we don't have all the details for you, obviously, right now. More than anything, just avoid Camp Road. If you are anywhere near the Farmerville area, don't go into the town and looking for damage. Just stay away. Camp Road and Union Villa Road are the ones to avoid right now. Significant damage along those areas in Farmerville. By the way, thank you everybody for subscribing. I'm not going to be able to say all the names tonight. We have way too much going on, but I do appreciate you guys subscribing. These are actually, it's more of states mega. We currently have 3 tornado warnings ongoing. 2 of them right now include Western Mississippi. 3 of them actually include Southeast Arkansas, technically. And we also have 1 right now in Northeast Louisiana, about to exit the state here in the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, no other tornado warnings at this given time across southern or central Louisiana. By the way, new tornado watch was just issued. So for those that are, just tuning in, new tornado watch has now officially reissued, kind of extended now. For those in Alexandria, Eunice, as well as Beaumont, actually in Texas, and Prien along Interstate 10, right along Interstate 49 as well, again, are included in southern and central Louisiana. A new tornado watch was just issued, excuse me. This is until 4 a.m. Central Time, so another 6 hours, 6.5 hours. This tornado watch is going on for. Again, we have the potential for overnight threat for tornadoes tonight, so make sure again that you are taking this seriously and having a way to receive alerts tonight in case there are tornadoes, because again, tornado watch has just been issued here across these states, and Monroe, Louisiana is also included, at least for the next couple of hours, as that one last line of storms does move through that area. So again, brand new tornado watch included here. Hey Chris, stay safe in Hollandale. Stay safe. Keep you updated with any other updates there as well. All right, so yeah, again, new tornado watch has just been issued. That is the latest update there out of southern and central Louisiana. And here's also, again, this is the storm going towards Hollandale right now. Again, it's a good couple, it's at least a few minutes away from you. You should have another 10 to 15 minutes until it hits you. But obviously, stay in shelter Rotation is still way back here near Kilbourne. It has not been overly impressive either. Rotation up northwest of you, west of Arcola right now, has actually been a bit more impressive. The one again over here near Oak Grove is still kind of weak right now, but we'll see what happens there. This tornado warning has just been updated, by the way. Again, we have some rotation here south of 454, just kind of on the outskirts of that tornado warning. Also have a little bit more north of Leland. Again, two different couplets there of rotation, both of them kind of being on the broadside still. Those are moving off to the northeast. One's going towards Shaw. This one's also going towards Leland, and as well as just south of Greenville in the latest updates. So that's kind of giving you an idea of what's going on there. We also have a tornado warning again east of Hamburg in Arkansas, extreme southeast Arkansas right now, going towards Montrose and Portland. Again, seek shelter if you're in this area. Rotation there has also been fairly broad at this point, but again, they could strengthen at any time in this environment. So any updates there, we'll keep you posted with the latest there. All right, let's see. Just an update on that tornado warning. Cool. Go. All right, no new updates, by the way, out of Farmerville quite yet. I'm still waiting any new updates there. I'm trying to see if we have any other updates on Facebook. I'm using both Facebook right now and Twitter to get updates. Farmerville Police Department has not posted any updates in about 25 minutes. The last one was just avoiding the roads there in the apartment complex. Let's see. Not seeing any other new updates quite yet. First responders, by the way, are obviously there at this point in Farmerville, so they're starting to help out. Again, there's been some injuries reported there as well, so that would kind of go along with what we've been kind of talking about there in Farmerville. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button down below. I would appreciate it. Again, we're on the road to, I don't even know how many likes we have, but make sure to hit the like button. It gets it out to more people. Also, make sure to hit the subscribe button if you've not already. And if you have any questions, again, about anything going on with the weather, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering a decent amount of questions here. We do have a little bit of break time in between each radar scan over this direction. We'll be in between 3 radar sites, so and also most of these storms are broadly rotating right now. If we see any big action kind of pop up here in the next few minutes, so we'll keep you posted. Got going right now, though. Also, still awaiting some updates there out of the Farmerville area. All right. Now, the apartment complex, again, mobile homes were destroyed there in Farmerville. Apartment complex, I don't know what the condition is. From what I'm hearing, though, it sounds like mobile homes are destroyed. That's kind of a given, it seems like now. Apartment complex does seem to have suffered some damage as well. I don't think the apartment complex probably suffered as much damage. Probably to the roof, at least. That's kind of what it sounds like, but again, I couldn't really tell you. Once we have more, reports there. Again, we have very limited reports right now. Again, the tornado actually only happened just over an hour ago now. It's been about an hour and 10 minutes. It hasn't been that long since it happened. We typically don't know much about it, especially at nighttime. It makes it 2 times harder to be able to figure out what's going on in comparison to the daytime. So things are much more hairy, if you will, during the nighttime to be able to figure that stuff out. And obviously, I'll try to give you as many details as I can when they kind of come in on that Farmerville tornado, but I don't think I'm going to get many other details, at least really any significant details, probably at least for the next 30 to 45 minutes, unless, something changes here. But first responders are on the scene. Again, we don't have any journalists or reporters there at this point. Obviously, it's too dangerous to be there, it sounds like right now. So Camp Road and Union Villa Apartments areas are closed off right now. And that is what we have right now. So we'll keep you posted if there's any new updates. But and again, there's been some injuries reported. I can't really confirm that yet, but we've had that report there of some injuries there in Farmerville. And again, new tornado watch is issued, by the way, if you're just tuning in. That does include Alexandria, Monroe, Jasper, as well as Beaumont, Texas. Includes central and southern Louisiana until 4 a.m. tonight, by the way. So make sure you have a way to receive alerts overnight tonight. Definitely expecting a couple more tornadoes down that direction. Again, not a PDS situation by any means, but it's definitely something to be mindful of. We could very well see a couple of tornadoes overnight tonight. Again, 1.4 million people are in the track of that as well. A couple of strong tornadoes, by the way, are possible. The National Weather Service has actually pointed that out, or the Storm Prediction Center. A couple of strong tornadoes are possible overnight tonight in that region that is under a new tornado watch. So just a heads up there. Hey, thanks, Jerry. I appreciate it. Huh. I didn't even hear about this. So apparently there's major damage in Four Forks, Louisiana. I wasn't live for this one. Yeah, we do have some major damage, it looks like, coming out of Four Forks. This is not, I don't think I was live when this happened. Yeah, I guess we have some damage out of the Four Forks area. That does look to be very significant damage as well. That was at about 5:30 this afternoon when that was reported. That, yeah, so I wasn't live then. I wasn't even able to go live at that point, but yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm seeing photos now. Yeah, Four Forks, it looks like, got really hammered earlier too. Yeah, so that's the latest update at Four Forks. We haven't had a whole lot of updates out of Four Forks either, I feel like. We've obviously seen a few photos there, but we haven't had any big updates on, you know, injuries or anything like that yet. So obviously a lot of stuff is ongoing between now and then. And these things, again, surveys and stuff like that don't come in an hour or two. They typically take upwards of a day or two. So it's something that will come over time. But obviously we're trying to give you the best information that we can. I don't know if we'll have anything too substantial out of Farmerville here in the next little while, but we might. Actually, somebody apparently on Twitter just mentioned that their family was actually impacted there in Farmerville, but they're okay, which is good news. So we have a little bit of good news coming out of Farmerville. That's the latest update, though, for right now. Dilly, do you have the? Can you send me that photo? Mind sending me that photo? You can send it to me on Discord, Twitter, all those platforms. All the links are in the description. You're able to send that to me. So I can actually show that if it's a traffic cam. Tornado looked like an EF3 or EF4. It did, I mean, it at least looked like an EF2 from what I just saw. I don't know about an EF3 or EF4. I don't know about an EF4, but it could have very well been an EF3. But it's hard to tell. Hard to tell with the initial photo. That I only saw like 2 photos. I didn't see much. It's hard to tell where those mobile homes, were they, you know, actual houses. Looked to be more of a mobile home situation, but I don't know. Nick, I was not. I actually mentioned over the last few days that I would not be live today. I've had final exams literally this morning. I was updating North Texas weather on Facebook for as long as I could, but I was not able to go live this morning. I would have, obviously, if there was, if I was able to, but I wasn't able to this morning. Deborah, what part of the state is that in? Is that north, south, east, west? If it's north or east part of the state, you probably won't see too much other than damaging winds. Hey, Tracy, stay safe. Yeah, Hollandale's gonna be in the track of the storm here in the next few minutes. Let's go back over to the velocities on this one. And again, I'm not seeing anything too strong right now. Hollandale is still a good 15-20 minutes away probably from this cell specifically. A little bit of rotation still up here off to the north, southwest of Leland and west of Arcola. And we also have a little bit of rotation back southwest of Shaw. Again, make sure you're in your safe place if you're in any of these tornado warnings. And also back west of Portland. Those are the areas where we have some rotation. Again, west of Montrose, moving off to the east-northeast. Again, this warning goes until 10:15 Central Time in southeast Arkansas. And the other warning there right now for Hollandale, Kilbourne, as well as areas north of Rolling Fork are going up until 10:15 as well. This warning, again, it goes into, actually, it just got canceled. So, hey, if you're in Hollandale, I know we had a couple people from Hollandale in the chat. You are no longer in a tornado warning. So there you go. You don't have to be in shelter, at least for right now. Obviously, make sure you're still monitoring the weather because this could very well recycle at some point. But for right now, you're in some good news. No tornado warning. Just got canceled. But back up here to the north, for those in Arcola and Greenville, back into Shaw, this tornado warning is still ongoing until 10:15 tonight. So another 30 minutes. Moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Thank you, Dilly. I'll take a look. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys have any photos or videos or anything like that, you can feel free to tweet me on Twitter. That's the best way to do it. You can also send in photos on Discord as well. Oh, an AccuWeather? Yeah, that looks like some pretty substantial damage. From what I'm seeing, though, it's probably EF1, EF2 type damage, at least from what I'm seeing on the couple of photos that I'm seeing here. And that Four Forks area. But again, it's too early. It's kind of hard to tell with only 1 or 2 photos. You really have to see the entire scene. Yeah, it's the latest update out of that area. Let me see if we have any other updates out of Farmerville. Again, Farmerville is another area that, again, we just had a tornado just over an hour ago. Louisiana. See if we have any other updates there. I don't think we do. Farmerville Police Department, again, has not posted any updates recently. Last one was 33 minutes ago. And latest update. I don't know if this is an accurate report. I don't know. I think it's way too early to even be talking about deaths, but somebody said there was 2 deaths. I'm not going to confirm that, though. That's not really confirmed by any means. Somebody that lives in the area, though, just said that, but I don't know. I just saw that on Facebook, but again, not confirmed at this point. None of this is really confirmed. Injuries and all that sort of stuff have not been confirmed. I've heard that there's potentially multiple injuries there, but again, a lot of speculation at this point. These are people that live in the area, though, so they might know a bit more than what we do right now. Yeah, again, I'm not seeing anything in set in stone. Again, I'll get official updates. Official updates are obviously much more important there. Also, actually, this is emergency response in the Camp Road area. So, significant damage. This is actually an official update here. There are EMS people in the area for, obviously, you know, first responders and that sort of stuff for a tornado, so that's obviously given. No updates on injuries or anything like that. Reports of significant damage, though, from a possible tornado near the Camp Road area. So, emergency crews have obviously been responding there for the last little while, so just a little update there. Nothing set in stone, though, right now. Yes, mobile homes were destroyed in Farmerville, by the way. So, yeah, that's the latest out of that area. Farmerville had mobile homes destroyed, apartment damage to a apartment complex in Union Villa. That's our updates there. Yeah, I've seen a lot of tweets. Again, tweets and all these comments and stuff like that. It's hard to tell what's true and what's not. Some people might live, like, some people live in the area. They know more than what we'll probably know. But yeah, again, we don't have any official word on really much of anything other than just a lot of damage to mobile homes. Mobile homes are destroyed. That's the main thing. So yeah, that's what we're really looking at right now. Running, if you want to link it, you can go on Discord. You can also tweet me on Twitter. You can't link in, I don't think you can link in chat, though. It just gets automatically deleted. You live in a mobile home? Yeah, mobile homes are not the place to be during tornado warnings at all. I mean, it's pretty dangerous. And, you know, people do it obviously all the time. It's one of those things that you always need a backup plan. Never be in a mobile home during a tornado warning. It's very dangerous, even with high winds. I mean, things can really go wrong with those sort of things. So, just a good word of advice. If you're in a mobile home, always have a backup plan whenever there's a tornado warning. Now, if you live over in a state like Montana, you don't have to worry about it nearly as much. If you live in a state like Texas, though, you really have to worry about it. And anywhere in the South, really, you always have to worry about that sort of thing. At least have a plan. You know, that's the biggest thing. I'm not saying don't live in a mobile home. Just, you know, make sure you have a plan in case there is actually a tornado warning, because those can do definitely some damage there. Also, tornado warning over in Montrose has been condensed more. Portland is no longer included. It only includes basically Dermot as well as Lake Village and Jerome. Dermot's kind of not really in the track of this anymore. It's kind of just to your south right now, but Montrose and Lake Village, the main locations right now on the track. Jerome is also in the vicinity of this ongoing tornado warning cell in southeast Arkansas. Rotation has actually picked up a bit on this storm as well, near Montrose. And there's actually, looks like there might possibly be There's a possibility that there might be something on the ground here. Very strong rotation now. It's hard to tell, though. We might also have some hail kind of overlapping with this, but there is definitely some strong rotation. Make sure you're in shelter if you're in Montrose or Lake Village. Rotation has picked up a bit, though, on that storm, and we'll be monitoring that very closely. Again, we do not have any radar sites really in the general area of this other than this one in Jackson, so hard to tell, but there may be a tornado on the ground anytime with that storm with very strong rotation. Other cell over here near Leland and Shaw is a bit weaker, but yeah, again, strong rotation it looks like near Montrose right now. Very well could have a tornado drop at any time near Jerome, Montrose, and Lake Village, again in southeast portions of Arkansas and going towards Mississippi here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We're in southeast Arkansas right now. I'm gonna see if we have any live cams out of this area real quick. We actually have a live cam out of Lake Village. Nice little live cam. Very blurry. No, you do not want to know my location. This is out of Lake Village right now. Oh, there's the flash of lightning. So yeah, this is the area where there's a tornado warning ongoing. I don't think we're gonna be really able to see anything with this live cam, but definitely something to, you know, we'll keep in mind a little bit as the storm does approach Lake Village. Again, this is the tornado warned cell in Lake Village right now. That is looking south, by the way, just for a heads up. So it's not really looking towards the storm. We just had a big flash after I took it off. So yeah, that area obviously has pretty strong storm. Obviously, this is a tornado warned cell. That's looking south, though. So we might put that back up here in a second if there's anything coming that direction. I'll be monitoring on my other monitor. So if there's anything there, I'll keep posted. Hey, right guy. Hey, don't worry about it. You don't have to donate. Trust me. You do not have to donate. I do appreciate it, though. You know, people like Jaws and DK are insane. They're not here right now, so we don't have to deal with the spam in the chat. But yeah, they are absolutely insane. Hey, Snowy, how you doing? Welcome back. Yes, these storms are actually already into Mississippi. We already have storms in western Mississippi already. We actually now have a flash flood warning that just went in effect here for those in Eudora, as well as Bastrop and Greenville. Those areas are the main areas included. Leland, Lake Village, and those are the main locations. Again, flash flood warning was just issued in this area. There's been a lot of rain that's already fallen, and obviously more rain is to come over the next coming hours as that cluster does move through that area. So yeah, that's the latest update. We do have a flash flood warning now in effect in this area. It's been getting kind of messy in this region with all the lines of storms that we have coming and all that sort of stuff. So no Call of Duty for a while. Hey, you gotta hold it off for some severe storms, right? I say there's a lot of people with the last name. There's a lot of people with a lot of last names. That was embarrassing. I have my cap on my water bottle. I was trying to drink water. What's this whole system look like from northeast to southwest? Michelle, are you talking about rain? Or are you talking about like the infrared imagery? I can show you kind of a couple perspectives on this. They're kind of both really interesting here. This is the infrared imagery of this trough. Again, incredible spin on this. This is, again, something that is really fascinating to me. I mean, it's really cool to see something like this. Obviously not in terms of severe weather and all the snow and the blizzard-like conditions that are coming out of it, but this is one of the most defined troughs that I've seen in quite some time. Again, this is all your snow, and this is all your rain and severe weather ongoing is on this other end of it. So yeah, again, this is all the rain and severe weather. This is clearly the severe weather. When you see these black and white colors kind of here over like Mississippi and Alabama, that's representing high cloud tops. So that indicates your severe weather. And then back over here is just a bunch of snow. And a lot of this over here is your blizzard-like conditions over Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming, as well as even northeast Colorado, seeing blizzard-like conditions today from a lot of snow. They've already seen upwards of 2 feet in a couple areas over there. So there's been a lot of snow there, but yeah, really cool feature there. This is the water vapor, which I even find cooler. This is like the dry air slot that's kind of going into this trough as well. I kind of misdrew it, but this dark blue is that dry air. You can kind of see the circulation here too. That is also a bit drier air. And then all the very humid air is down here with the Gulf of Mexico winds bring moist air onto these thunderstorms, and also back up in here. Still some moisture, not nearly as much. It's more because it's snow and it's a bit cooler, so the dew points aren't as high. Can't kind of go into a whole explanation on it, but it's really cool. Kind of a cool setup. Again, it's something that you don't really see that often. It's like a once, I would say, maybe twice a year sort of thing with that sort of setup that we have right now. Obviously, we see severe weather like this, a bit more often than that, but not during this time of the year. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool setup. Something that, again, you do not see that often. Thank you, Mystic, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you as well. Happy holidays. Celebrating the festivities here in the December month. Again, for those that have not already heard, there's a potential for an Arctic blast next week. Not next week, the following week. Going to Christmas. I'm actually going to pull this back up real quick while we have a second in between tornado warnings. For those that have not already heard, the Climate Prediction Center is expecting a well below average week going in from the 21st of this month to the 27th. That is during the Christmas time frame. Just a heads up, well below average temperatures are expected, potentially an Arctic blast across the Midwest, all the way potentially through the southern plains. So we could see some cold air coming here pretty soon. On the other hand, in terms of the temperatures, how cold it might get, this is a really, really raw estimate of what you might see. But again, we very well could see things change as we get closer. I just want to make sure we didn't have the updates there. But there's a possibility for temperatures to drop substantially going into the upcoming week. So possibly next week, like late next week. Again, we're still several days out from this, but it's possible that we have an Arctic blast. This is one scenario of many. We very well could see this happen further north or west, or, you know, it might not even happen in general, but it does seem very likely that something like this will happen. How cold it'll get, though, is a really big to be determined, because again, we're still 10 to 12 days out from this. Once we're within 7 days, it becomes a bit more defined on what we'll see. The computer models have been showing this for several days now. It seems very likely that we're due for an Arctic blast here, right around the Christmas time frame, which in comparison to last year, I know North Texas in the DFW area was 82 degrees. I think it was like a record high in the Metroplex back over in North Texas. This Christmas right now is currently forecast to be somewhere around 40 degrees, which is nowhere near last year, obviously. So really wild, but yeah, this is possible. Again, don't get your hopes up by any means, but something to watch for in the long term would be this cold blast that'll be coming at some point pretty soon. So, little update there. All right, let's go back over to the tornado warning cells and kind of give you an update there. Thank you, Deborah, for the $10 super chat. Merry Christmas to a lightsaber. I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Really do. Merry Christmas and happy holidays. Get you tuning in. If I could give you guys all a Christmas present, I would. Maybe this is a Christmas present. I don't know. Whatever you want to consider a present. We have now tornado damage coming out of the Farmerville area, and it looks absolutely horrible. If you guys want to see... If you guys want to see the damage, I am retweeting it on Twitter. I don't think I can show this, so I'm going to retweet it on Twitter. So if you guys want to check that out, I'll link my Twitter in chat. Damage looks significant, though, in the Farmerville area. It's not something you want to see. I'm going to see if I can find photos that I can actually show on here. Yeah, we are just getting an update now that the damage out of Farmerville is very substantial. And it very well could be potentially EF2 plus strength. As the latest update, again, does seem like that there's been now confirmation. Obviously, it's been confirmed for a while, but we definitely have clear, definitive damage there in Farmerville. See if we have any other photos here. Yeah, so Union, again, the Union Parish area is where we have those photos coming out of. And that was the Farmersville region. Very significant damage. Until I don't think I can show those ones, but if I get any photos I can show, I'll show them on here. But again, Twitter is where you can find all the photos that have just come out there. So just a little update there. Significant damage, though, in Farmersville. And if you want to see those, again, links in the chat for all those photos and whatnot. Update, by the way, tornado warning now only includes Jerome and Lake Village. And this is the tornado warning cell that has had a bit of an increase of rotation still ongoing there west of Lake Village. We'll watch this one closely. Again, we could see a tornado with that at some point down the road. Other tornado warning over near Leland and Shaw is still ongoing here for the next 15 minutes. Rotation, though, is pretty broad at this point, but I'll monitor it closely. We actually have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued further south. This is back into actually more eastern and, more eastern Louisiana here, south of Interstate 20, which is an area that we haven't had a tornado warning in for about an hour now. This is a brand new one near Wisner. And this is your rotation here near Gilbert. So again, new tornado warning has just been issued. Make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. If you're near Wisner and southeast of Winsboro, you're going towards Newellton here eventually as well. And potentially, again, you're going to stay south of Interstate 20 for a little while. So again, brand new tornado warning issued here in Louisiana. We now currently have 3 tornado warnings ongoing. By the way, thank you, Snork, for the $5 donation, by the way. I appreciate that. Hey, no problem at all. I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad you're finding these helpful as well. For the $5. Happy holidays, by the way. At this current time, no camera feeds in these specific areas. We're pretty much... A lot of these areas are rural, so... For right now, I'm pretty sure we don't have any cameras. I'll double check. We have one in Lake Village back up in southeast Arkansas, but I don't think we have anything right now that is kind of indicating that we have anything on the ground or anything like that. I'll look at that one again. That's the one tornado warning in Arkansas right now. See if we have anything out of there. And actually, it's not loading, so it actually might have gone out of power in Lake Village. It's actually a possibility there. Yeah, it looks like the one that we have in North Lake Village is actually out, so there's probably, it looks like maybe a power outage there. I need to get Twitter. I like Twitter. I find it funny sometimes when I scroll through things. Not like weather related stuff, but Mystic, that is so off topic. All right, let's go over to Twitter. I have some tweets coming in here. Yeah, if you want to see the Farmerville tornado damage, which is substantial, I'm going to link Twitter and chat again. Again, go check that out over on Twitter. If you want to see the damage out of Farmerville, I don't think I can show it on here, so I'm not going to. But that is the latest out of Farmerville. Again, that is the storm that produced, or at least that was the area that had substantial damage just over an hour ago, about an hour and a half ago now, in the Union Parish and Farmerville area. So that is, again, where the damage has, at least at this current time, been reported. We'll keep you posted, though, if there's any other photos that I can actually show on here. I haven't seen any recently here. Yeah, this was a very strong tornado, it looks like, at this point, that rolled through that area about just over an hour ago. I'm going to go back over to Facebook and see if we have any updates on there. Let's zoom back out here. So yeah, back up here again, closer to Greenville. Back over again, western Mississippi and southeast Arkansas is where we have the two other tornado warnings. We're going to stick it on this one for right now. If there's any new updates on those two, we'll keep you posted. Okay, so we actually have a video coming out of this area. And I don't think I can show this one either. This is definitely not something you want to see. Very significant damage. It's bad. This is kind of a little bit of a view of it. This is like a house. You can see all the debris here on the ground in, again, Farmerville. Kind of skip through parts of it here. Again, lots of debris. I mean, that's unbelievable. This is a unbelievable sight here. And Farmerville, again, this is in Union Parish, Louisiana, not just over an hour and a half ago. Very serious damage. It's Tiana Chantrell, saying them right? The video. There's obviously debris everywhere here, though. You can even see a mattress pad right there as well. Man, it's hard to even look at this stuff. That's the house as well. Looks like the house didn't suffer too bad of damage, but there's debris absolutely everywhere. This is definitely probably EF1, EF2 type damage there. That home. Unbelievable. So yeah, again, out of Union Parish, Louisiana. We also have another video. There is, again, a lot of damage. This is another one that we have. There's obviously first responders. I'm not going to show this one because it does seem like there may have been an injury or something like that. So I'm not going to show that video. But yeah, it does not look like a good sight by any means in Farmerville. Yeah, there have been some injuries for sure. I mean, that's without a doubt at this point. So yeah, that's the latest update again out of Farmerville. Again, no good, doesn't seem like really much of any good news right now out of there. What we're seeing. All right, back over to the storm real quick, just for an update, and then we'll kind of go back to see if we have anything else on the Farmerville situation. This is the latest on this tornado warning, again, near Winsboro. Moving off to the northeast, again, in Louisiana right now, near Gilbert. This is our rotation. It's not really showing up very well in here, but this is where our rotation is right now near Gilbert. Moving off to the northeast. Again, tornado could drop at any time. It'll be going right along 4 and going towards 888 here in Louisiana here over the next little while, south of Interstate 20. Right now, again, we have 3 tornado warnings ongoing. That's just one of them. We have 2 more off to the north of that. One right now in southeast Arkansas for the next 8 minutes, and also another one for another 8 minutes there in western Mississippi, which is likely going to expire or be canceled. Tornado warning near Lake Village right now. This is your rotation. It is pretty broad right now. Will there be a new tornado warning? It's possible, but for right now, it does seem like we have broad rotation on this cell heading towards Lake Village, and it'll eventually go towards areas like Greenville and Metcalf. Hopefully I'm saying it right. That's going to be moving off to the east. Also, west of Indianola, we have not really much of any rotation left with this one. I wouldn't be surprised if this tornado warning has already been canceled. It has not been canceled on my end, but likely has been canceled at this point. But yeah, again, we have 3 tornado warnings ongoing. Make sure you're staying in shelter, especially if you're back down here to the south near Winsboro and Gilbert. This is definitely a storm to be watching for very closely as that moves off to the north and east. Yeah, if you have not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We will keep you updated with the latest on all severe weather across the United States. We are nationwide. Also, make sure to hit the like button so this gets out to more people that are in the path of these dangerous storms. And if you have any questions, by the way, about any of the weather that's ongoing, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be getting to a few of those here in just a second. Update, by the way, out of Farmerville, there are injuries. That's at least what I'm hearing. So yeah, again, that's hearing out of Farmerville. Again, no good news really out of Farmerville right now. Complete devastation, it seems like, across a lot of that area, and as well as Union Parish. Let's not forget about that. That's on the north side of Farmerville, Louisiana, by the way. It's not the downtown area. It's on the north side of Farmerville where the tornado did touch down. That was pretty close to the beginning of this stream, by the way, that happened. So, wow, it's just insane. Future radar, yeah, I can show that here in a second. Just 1 second here. All right, actually, we'll do it now. All right, let me go back over to here. Let's give you an idea on the future radar, since we do have, again, a second here between the radar scans and whatnot. This is the timing for the rest of tonight. So if you're curious on when you might be impacted by storms, this is the general picture. So by 10 to 11 o'clock, we'll still have, I mean, it's 10 o'clock now, but this is right around 10 o'clock. Pretty accurate to what we have out there right now. Here's your line back out to the west near Monroe and Jasper. And we also have a couple, maybe, of, you know, these like little discrete cells that might be trying to pop up. And here's where your tornado warning cells are right now. By 11 o'clock or so, those storms are moving off to the northeast. So over the next hour, more storms here in Monroe, back through Alexandria, maybe a couple of showers, maybe a storm as well. So it looks like any severe weather threat between now and probably about midnight or so will probably be right along that line. We might have a couple of little discrete cells out in front of that. Those are the ones that are more known to produce a tornado threat. By 1 a.m., this is kind of the look then. We're probably going to see some storms right along the Mississippi River, back west of Jackson, and also near Alexandria. All around it, we have storm activity pretty much everywhere around there by 1 a.m. A lot of that, again, any of these discrete cells out in front of this initial line will have a better chance of a tornado threat. By 2 to 3 a.m., storms are still ongoing. A lot of these will kind of become messy, so this might limit the tornado threat a bit more by then. Again, a possibility, though, for maybe an isolated strong tornado is not impossible for the rest of this evening into the overnight hours. By 4 to 5 a.m., storms are really going to be kind of clustered together. And by tomorrow, there will be a potential for more severe weather. Tornado threat is enhanced, by the way, for tomorrow from about Baton Rouge, I believe, all the way back through the Florida Panhandle. So there's an enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow, which is going to have to be something that you have to note for. And this is the actual area. So enhanced risk of severe weather currently for tomorrow. That does include Mississippi, or southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, western Florida, and then back through eastern portions of Louisiana. That does include New Orleans and Baton Rouge for tomorrow morning. Then again, this is your tornado threat for tomorrow as well. Significant tornado potential. We could very well see a couple of strong tornadoes, along with maybe several tornadoes, potentially even on the weaker side. So definitely gonna be something to watch for tomorrow, again, as that unfolds. And if I go live tomorrow, we'll see. I don't know yet. Well, I'm kind of playing it, you know, right now, day by day, or not really day by day, but like kind of hour by hour. I probably will be live at some point tomorrow, but can't guarantee it right now. See what happens. Welcome back, Blondie. How you doing? Could the moderate, there could be a moderate risk tomorrow, but I don't know if they will issue a moderate risk yet. I'm not entirely sure. They might though. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. New tornado warning, by the way, has just been issued for Indianola, Sunflower, Moorhead, as well as Doddsville. All these areas, Inverness, all included in a brand new tornado warning. This is moving off to the northeast. This is your rotation, by the way. It does seem to be pretty strong here near Indianola. So again, brand new warning. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. If you are included in this tornado warning, you'll be heading towards Moorhead over the next little while. Let me get the correlation coefficient on here. So no debris as of now, but strong rotation has just been basically noticed here by the National Weather Service. That is going to be going towards, again, Indianola, Highway 82, Moorhead, Itabena, as well as Sunflower are all on the track of this here in the next little bit. Again, brand new tornado warning. This is in western Mississippi for, again, some pretty strong rotation there, moving off to the east-northeast. CH, I'm done. I'm done. I am done. Back to a pretty normal schedule. By the way, this is for LaFleur and Sunflower counties in Mississippi. Apparently we have a report, by the way, out of west of Gilbert. There was actually a tornado that may have been spotted, at least some sort of funnel cloud, but there may have been actually a tornado on the ground back over in the Gilbert area. That was the tornado warning cell back over in eastern portions of Louisiana. So not confirmed, but there has been some pictures of at least a pretty defined lowering, some sort of funnel cloud at this point. Seems to have at least been indicated there in the Gilbert area. Let's actually hop down to that storm real quick. This is the one I'm talking about, back near Winsboro in Louisiana. This one at least seems to have had a potential at least funnel cloud at this point. Definitely could have a tornado at any time if it hasn't already had one. Again, this is starting to move into a bit more of a rural area, moving off to the east. And this is the latest radar scan. So back over to the velocities here. This glitched out. Let's go to this velocity. And this is your rotation back up here. So again, east of Winsboro right now is where your rotation is. And this will be moving off to the northeast, going towards 555 right now. So again, your safe place if you've not already. And it'll be eventually moving off to the northeast. This is still radar indicated rotation. However, somebody has reported that there may have been a tornado on the ground. A local storm chaser there. So, little heads up there. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'm going to take a very quick break. It's going to be about a minute long. I'm going to keep it on the screen, though, so stay tuned. We'll be right back in literally 60 seconds. Stay tuned. You can ask questions. In the meantime, I'll get to some of them here in just a moment. Be right back. Thanks for telling me I was muted. All right. Apologize. All I said basically was that out of Farmerville in Louisiana, there has been confirmation now of multiple injuries at this point. Somebody did report a couple of deaths, but I cannot confirm that by any means. It was just a resident in the area, but it did seem like there was definitely some injuries from a video that I've seen a couple of videos there. Obviously, no good news really out of there right now. Also, for those that are in the Union Parish or Farmerville area, the Farmerville Recreation Center is open for need of shelter. So if you are in that area, if you have any friends or family in that area, give them a heads up. Obviously, Farmerville Recreation Center is currently open for those that need it for sheltering. It's just come out now in the last 10 minutes, by the way, so that's the latest update there. Other than that, no new updates for right now. We'll keep you updated. All right, let me zoom back out here real quick. We have 2 tornado warnings, by the way, ongoing. So we dropped 1 tornado warning. We have 4 total warnings. Yeah, so that's the latest update. So again, this is our 1 tornado warning near Winsboro. This one has had some pretty strong rotation for quite some time. And then we have 1 near Indianola. Let's go back to this one and see if we have any updates on this. This is Indianola, Moorhead, and Sunflower. Nothing too crazy in terms of rotation. It looks to be a bit broader than it was a moment ago. That is near Sunflower. So a little bit broader rotation right now, but if anything does change, again, we'll keep you posted. But for right now, a little bit of broad rotation right now. But definitely something to keep in mind. Again, that'll be moving off to the northeast. And other than that, the main area of rotation seems to be the storm near Winsboro. And we'll go back to this radar site. And this is the storm that does seem to have the strongest rotation right now, getting pretty close, it looks like, to some fields. And that'll be moving off to the northeast. Again, that is now east of Winsboro. Pretty rural area looks like coming up. But there has been a report of a funnel cloud, at least with this storm, previously back near Gilbert. So that's what's going on there with this cell. Maybe a little bit of rotation even over Winsboro right now. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation. Possibly. That's the latest out of there. No problem, Cat. Yeah, New Orleans won't see really anything until probably after, you know, it'll be the overnight hours. So let me give you a specific time real quick. I'll give you an idea of what you're looking at there. The New Orleans area, or New Orleans. What do you guys call it? New Orleans or New Orleans? I don't know which the proper term is, really. I don't know what I've heard both terms from all sorts of different people. I don't know if there's really a difference. New Orleans, though, won't see any really storm activity until like tomorrow around lunchtime. So you're really pretty clear for tonight in terms of severe weather. But you might see a couple of showers, but nothing severe looks like for the rest of tonight. You'll probably see, again, have a way to receive alerts just in case, but tomorrow late morning into the afternoon seems to be your time frame there. Hey, Michelle, how you doing? Welcome back. New Orleans? Orleans? New Orleans? Boston? I don't know how to do that accent. I used to live in Boston. I can't even do that. Imagine if I was doing a Boston accent or a New York accent doing these live streams. Pretty funny. To me. I can't even do that. I wasn't here. I know I wasn't here for a month. I had so many exams and finals. Thanksgiving came up, and spending time with family. Honestly, I've been doing so many streams. Obviously, I stream like almost every severe weather event, so it was good to have a break. But obviously, it wasn't much of a break. Honestly, the only break I had was Thanksgiving. So yeah, I mean, it really was not much of a break. It really was not much of a break at all. Yeah, it wasn't a break for most part. Thanksgiving was, but other than that, it wasn't a break. It was a lot of exams and stuff like that. Again, I had 7 or 8 days off from the hurricane, the 2 hurricanes I did at Florida from college. So that basically, we didn't have like makeup days. It was just stacking all the exams up for the end of the semester. So yeah, it was one of those kind of things. Yeah, we're done. We're done for the semester. We are on to the next one in about a month. So good month off here. John, rain tonight and tomorrow morning. Snow possible west of Chicago. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow night, the following morning. I have a full breakdown on that at the beginning of this forecast, by the way, if you want to check that out for the Chicago area. I don't expect snow right now for Chicago specifically, but off to your north and west, we'll probably see snow. Do have an update there. Also, by the way, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back near Montgomery, Louisiana, just got issued. This one is not a tornado possible right now, maybe a little bit broad rotation currently near Interstate 49, but other than that, seems like more of a damaging wind threat, maybe some quarter-sized hail as well, going towards Atlanta and Winfield and Montgomery. So that's the track of that right now, being off to the east-northeast. Also, funnel cloud has been confirmed east of US 425. That was at 10:10, so about 11 minutes ago with this storm. That was from a storm spotter. I can't remember the name of him, but I did see somebody post that on Twitter. I think somebody sent a link to me on that. So, by the way, is Reed Timmer still live? I don't know if he was still live. I don't know how long he's chasing tonight. Zoom out for a second. I think I just did, but I'll zoom out again. I am back better than ever, but it wasn't much of a break. Again, I wish it was more of a 1 month break than a 1 week break, but it is what it is. He's still streaming. Gotcha. Where is he at tonight? Is he I don't know where he's been at tonight. I didn't watch him today. I haven't had time to watch anybody. I haven't had time to do anything today. In fact, this is like the first few hours I've had of free time in probably about weeks. It's like one of the, I mean, I did have a little bit last night, but it wasn't much of free time. It's more of I had to study and I didn't. Made an exception to my schedule. D. Ritter, where's D. Ritter again? I think I've seen that name a couple of times. Is it Louisiana somewhere? Oh, down here. D. Ritter will see a potential for storms in a few hours, probably about 2-ish hours or so. Better chance then. Tornado threat still exists. Isolated tornado threat not out of the question. So have a way to receive alerts. Have a plan in place. But storms are probably gonna be a couple hours from you right now. At least the last line. If a discrete cell forms out in front of it, that's not impossible. Those have a better chance of a tornado threat. But for right now, that threat seems pretty minimal right now there in the D. Ritter area. Mystic it can, yeah. I mean, the correlation coefficient typically will not pick up rain, but it has, like, occasionally, it kind of depends on the situation, but if it's far away from the radar site, it can, but typically rain isn't picked up by the correlation coefficient. It's a bit more rare to have that happen. It's not too common, because what rain is on the correlation coefficient is typically red. Which is like everything. By the way, new tornado warning was just issued east of Arkansas City. This is in western Mississippi. Strong rotation is appearing on the radar now southwest of Bennett, and it's gonna be going towards Cleveland and Pace and Shaw. So again, strong rotation developing here with this cell moving off to the northeast. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Bolivar County, Sunflower County, and Washington County in Mississippi are included in this warning until 11:30 Central Time. It's the latest update here. Again, brand new tornado warning. We are now up to 3. Had a tornado warning pretty much ever since I went live. We actually have had a tornado warning at every single time for the last about 3 hours. I don't watch college football, so I don't even know what you're talking about. only football I watch is NFL and XFL. XFL is kind of fun to watch whenever that comes back. Yes, this actually, yeah, this whole entire system, again, this entire trough is gonna basically march across the entire United States. So if you haven't seen anything out of this yet, and you're on the East Coast, you probably will see something. Back over to this real quick. This will give you an idea of some better indication of what we're looking at here. This is the trough, again, centered over the Nebraska and Kansas area. This is all the severe weather currently ongoing, all these darker reds, and once we get to the dark red and white colors there, that's indicating very high cloud tops, indicates severe weather most of the time. Back over through the Dixie Valley, lower Mississippi Valley as well. Here's all your snow. It's on the north and west side of this trough. It's really bringing blizzard-like conditions to some areas over in Nebraska. And again, this is a very defined trough. I mean, I mentioned this a couple of times during this live stream, but this is like one of the probably coolest like looking troughs I've seen in quite some time. Again, pressure is right around 990, 985, so it's pretty strong. Winds are pretty high as well, creating blowing snow and blizzard-like conditions back on the west side of this trough. But this will eventually bring some rain over to the east coast. Severe weather will be possible across the southeast over the upcoming 48 to about 50 or 48 to 62 hours. So going into tomorrow, this is your severe weather potential, so an enhanced risk of severe weather for Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana, also going through Florida. And eventually going into the following day, there is a slight risk of severe weather for South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Does not include the southern tip of Florida, but that's our current threat for right now in terms of severe weather across those states. So yeah, we're looking at right now. And also, this is the water vapor imagery. I've also shown this very cool feature here. This is your dry slot coming all the way around in this trough. This is your little center. You can see a little bit of dry air. That's your dark blue colors. There's a bit more of the drier air, and all the very humid air is down here to the south. This is where the Gulf of Mexico moisture is coming out of, obviously, the Gulf, and dew points are upwards of 60, which is obviously clearly showing dark green colors. Further north you go, it gets a little bit lighter green to even white, and that's because the dew points are much lower. Humidity is also lower overall, but we're still seeing some snow out of that, but that's just due to the fact, again, dew points are lower. We don't have the Gulf of Mexico moisture by any means kind of coming out of that, so that's kind of our breakdown right now. Back to this tornado warning real quick. I'm not sure if we have any updates on this one yet. Still some strong rotation right now southwest of Bennett, moving off to the northeast. It'll be going towards Cleveland. Again, this is in western Mississippi with this brand new tornado warning. Just got issued about 4 minutes ago. Strong rotation near 450, moving off to the northeast. We also have one back in eastern Louisiana right now. We're watching that one closely as that unfolds here over the next little while. Richard, a lot of people have been gifting memberships. It's mainly Jaws or DK, so you can thank one of them in Discord if you want. I think Jaws is like the only one there. All right. Real quick on Twitter, let's see if there's any updates on the Farmerville tornado. Again, Farmerville did see a strong tornado, it looks like, from earlier. No new updates as of now. Again, if you are in Farmerville, Louisiana, or you know anybody from Farmerville, Louisiana, significant damage has obviously been reported there. Mobile homes are destroyed, and we have multiple injuries also being reported out of that area. But for right now, I'm not seeing any new updates. I'll take a quick glance at Facebook here and see if we have any other updates out of there as well. Yeah, again, significant damage is being reported there. Multiple injuries, by the way, just south of Farmerville, Louisiana, where homes were heavily destroyed. This is near Highway 2 and Scotts Highway Road. A lot of significant damage there as well. Yeah, again, there's very significant damage there. Also, an update for those that are in Farmersville or you know people that live there, the Farmerville Recreation Center has opened for shelter. So, and that was the tornado that was on the ground about 2 hours ago near the beginning of the stream. Just kind of heads up if you were here earlier, that was the tornado that was on the ground. Also, we have a tornado that is now on the ground, confirmed right now in Louisiana. The one that we're on, there is now a tornado on the ground here and observed. Again, breaking situation in Louisiana. Tornado is now on the ground. Moving on to the east towards 65. So if you're in this area, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is an observed tornado, by the way. Again, brand new observed. Let me see. All right, so we just got the observed tag on here. This is going off to the east for Afton right now. That is the main location. I'm trying to get an idea of what this is exactly. If this is radar confirmed or this was actually confirmed by a storm spotter in the area. This is a radar confirmed tornado. Let's go to the velocity so we can probably see it then if there's a radar confirmed tornado here. This is where your tornado likely is located right now, east of 860 and 577. And this is the correlation coefficient. Holy moly, that is a big tornado. Possibly a strong tornado right now on the ground and possibly even large right now south of 577. Big correlation coefficient drop on the live radar right now. Again, tornado on the ground in eastern Louisiana. If you know anybody in this area and you're Afton, again, east of Gilbert, make sure they're seeking shelter immediately. Make sure you are seeking shelter immediately. Away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is south of Interstate 20. A large, potentially, tornado on the ground right now. And eastern portions of Louisiana right now. Again, this is currently including Madison County, Louisiana, until midnight Eastern, so about another 30 minutes here in Central Time. Again, observed tornado, currently radar confirmed. Big, potentially, I would say at least possibly a strong or large tornadoes on the ground right now. Moving off to the east, again, right now going towards Afton, Louisiana. Again, that is a huge correlation coefficient drop right now, moving off to the east. This is kind of the direction right now. Highway 65 will be in the track of this eventually. Also, Richmond, potentially just south of Richmond near Interstate 20 will be in the track of that later on. That is a massive drop, though, in the correlation coefficient right now. And next radar update's about to come in, by the way, so we'll have an update on the correlation coefficient here in just a second as well. Be coming in here momentarily. See if there's any new updates there. Debris is currently being lifted up into the atmosphere south of 577, which is an ongoing confirmed tornado on the ground, again, in eastern Louisiana. Latest radar update just came in about 3 minutes ago, so this storm is probably producing now and this might be rain wrapped as well, but this tornado is probably a little bit further east now, probably getting closer to Highway 65 right now as it moves off to the east. Again, here's the velocities as of a couple of minutes ago. We have not had a new radar update quite yet. Latest radar update was 1029. This is the latest one. Here's the latest update here. So this is where our rotation is. It's actually moving a bit further northeast near 577. It might go towards Richmond. So if you're in Richmond, just a heads up there for those that are in Richmond, Louisiana, that is your current tornado on the ground. Again, this is still a tornado on the ground here. Moving towards Richmond, Louisiana, possibly over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And make sure you are seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible as that continues to move off to the northeast. Also, we do have a brand new tornado warning real quick, and I'll go back to that tornado warning cell. This is back down near Oakdale. Quick little update on this one. This is near Oakdale, and then we'll go back to the confirmed tornado here in a second. This is a cell going towards Elizabeth as well. Here's your rotation. Strong rotation on this cell as well, moving towards Elizabeth and Oakdale. Get to your safe place if you're in either of those locations in southern portions of Louisiana. Correlation coefficient not indicating a tornado right now, but there very well could be one at any time with that cell as well. Let's go back up closer to the confirmed on-the-ground tornado. I need to get to the right radar site. I think it's this one right here. We actually could possibly go for the other one here too, but this is the one right now, again, currently south of Richmond. Again, ongoing, or actually, no, we have to actually go to the Jackson one. All right, let's go back to this one. This is an ongoing tornado on the ground still. Again, south of Richmond and near Interstate 20. Let's go back over to the correlation coefficient and put that back on here. So this is, again, your tornado on the ground. It's where these greens and blues are showing up. That's indicating debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now, south of Interstate 20. This is moving off to the northeast. Potentially Tallulah, hopefully saying the name right, as well as Richmond are both in the track of that most likely in the next 20 minutes or so. Not sure if this tornado will last that long, but you should have your safety plan in place now in case this tornado does last a bit longer. Long tracked and strong tornadoes are still possible tonight, so just a little heads up there. This is a PDS tornado, by the way, just an update. This is now a PDS tornado warning cell. I don't know if it already was, but this is now a PDS situation, so we're going to go back over to our PDS graphics. A particularly dangerous situation is ongoing now on this tornado warning cell. This does mean that there's obviously a potentially large and dangerous tornado on the ground right now, again, moving towards Richmond. So again, make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is, again, the ongoing cell that is now a PDS tornado warning. But off to the northeast. Richmond is going to be in the track of this in the next 20 minutes or so. Potentially sooner as well, so I have a plan in place now just in case. Yeah, again, that is your debris on the radar right now, moving off to the northeast. I don't think we have any live cams out of this area. I'll take a quick look at that and see if we do. Don't think we do. Out of this specific area. If we do, though, I'll definitely show you. And yeah, we don't in this area. This is along Interstate 20, so... yeah, we don't. But again, this is our large and dangerous tornado right now on the ground, moving again off to the northeast. Richmond will be in the track of this eventually. So again, make sure you are in shelter. If you're southwest of Richmond, again, this is kind of close to the National Wildlife Refuge as well. Hunter's Bed Campground is in this area. That is a dangerous situation there. It's also close to the Warsaw Grocery Store, just east of there. So that's kind of where this tornado is, if you're kind of familiar with this geography. Currently west of Quimby as well, west of Highway 65. That is, again, the general vicinity of where this strong and large tornado is on the ground right now. Again, PDS tornado warning cell. Moving off to the northeast. Have a great night, by the way, Top. Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate your support as well. Appreciate the super chats earlier. Here's the latest radar scan. Seems to maybe weakening a little bit. Let's go over to the velocities. That is these velocities are not right. There we go. This is your rotation still. It seems to still be pretty strong. Debris is still being lifted up here right now east of 17. So again, east of the Warsaw grocery store area, south of Interstate 20. Again, that will be probably tracking off to the north. Does seem like it might be turning a little bit off, maybe just to the west of Richmond if it takes a northerly track here. But again, Richmond, definitely be on alert for this tornado warning cell. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning right now, heading off to the northeast. Again, PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It means that you must seek shelter immediately if you're in this area. Again, tornado is likely still on the ground. Yeah, this is still PDS tornado warning cell. This is again moving off to the northeast. And this is a confirmed on the ground tornado right now. Let me see if we have any Twitter updates here. All right. Yeah, again, this is moving off to the northeast. Still a PDS situation. And here's the latest radar update. Actually just came in. This is where your tornado likely still is. Let's go back over to the reflectivity values. We'll kind of compare it and contrast with the velocities. The velocities were glitched out in the last scan. They still are, it looks like. But this looks like where probably your tornado would be. Might be a little bit further south than here. Let's go over to this. And here's the velocities a little bit higher up. This was at 1037. This is actually the most recent update. This is where your tornado still is, actually. I do apologize. It's actually closer to 577 still. This is actually the right height, so 0.5 degrees. So again, this is right now east of 577, kind of along there. Debris is still being lifted up into the atmosphere. No, this is actually, for whatever reason this radar is not updating. This is the 10:32 p.m. scan on the correlation coefficient. Reflectivity is updated to 10:32 as well. And this is also 10:32. So these are all delayed. This radar update, the radar is not updating for some reason the 0.5 level, and I don't know why. But this is the most recent reflectivity update. We do not have a velocities or correlation coefficient update right now. It is still delayed by 5 minutes, so we're gonna have to wait probably another 30 to 45 seconds until we have one there. But again, tornado is still on the ground, large and dangerous. Again, near Afton. It is southwest of Richmond, Louisiana, south of Interstate 20. If you're in this area, make sure you're seeking shelter. Obviously, if you're anywhere in that pink box, you should be in shelter right now. This is again a PDS situation, particularly dangerous situation here in Louisiana. Again, dangerous tornado right now on the ground, moving off to the northeast towards Richmond. Yeah, there are issues, I think, with this radar. For some reason, they are very well delayed. Really all out of sorts here, it seems like, with this radar. I'm not sure why. All right, here's the most recent radar update on the velocities. And here's your correlation coefficient as of the most recent update. There is still a little bit of debris. Might be lifting, though. The tornado might be lifting. We'll see. Another scan will give us a better idea if it's still going on or not. It does seem like the area of rotation and the debris is not lining up as much as it once was, which can sometimes indicate the tornado is lifting up, or has lifted up. So we'll see here in the next scan. The next scan does come in here and again in about 30 to 45 seconds, so we'll keep you posted. By the way, for those back over near Cleveland in Mississippi, this is for Bolivar, Sunflower, and Washington County, Mississippi. Tornado warning is still ongoing there for another just about an hour, but I think it might be, you know, might be let to cancel at some point earlier than that. But it's tornado warning still ongoing there in Mississippi. We do have right now 4 tornado warnings ongoing, I believe. I could be wrong on that. I think it's 3 or 4. So that's what we got going right now across, again, Mississippi and Louisiana. Those are the main 2 states right now with warnings. That's the latest update there. Yeah, EF is kind of hard to determine this early. Let's see if the next radar update's coming in right now. All right, 10:39. That's the latest radar update. So the latest reflectivity radar update just came in. Velocities have also just come in. Again, if there were to be a tornado, it's likely gonna be located right here, right now. And this is your correlation coefficient. Doesn't seem to line up. Again, we have a CC drop way back here, but I don't think that's actual. Yeah, that's not an actual drop. So it seems like this tornado that was potentially a large and dangerous tornado has lifted up for the time being. but I wouldn't, you know, again, I would stay in shelter if you're in this area. For right now, though, it does seem like this might have lifted up. Also, we have a new tornado warning for a new area. I'm gonna get to that here in a second in Mississippi. And all right, yeah, so we have a new tornado warning over in Mississippi. This is actually way up here to the north, south of Memphis. New tornado warning. This is going to be up. This is not a PDS tornado warning, but this is near Charleston, Water Valley, Batesville, all those areas included on the left side of your screen. Tornado warnings ongoing. Radar indicated rotation. Moving off to the northeast. Seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in that warning right now. Let's go back to the PDS tornado warning. There has not yet been an assurance here of a new tornado warning yet. We'll see if we get one. We probably will here pretty shortly. Latest radar scan still not showing really any tornado anymore. Here's your rotation. It's back down here on the south end of this storm, and it will be moving towards Richmond and Interstate 20 here over the next little while. Here's Richmond, and again, this is Interstate 20, obviously, right along here. So we'll see if we end up getting a new tornado warning with this, which I would expect, since it's just a PDS tornado warning, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, this will be a long night. I'm not going to be live for the entire night, but this is definitely going to be a pretty long night here. I am so tired of time. I got up at like 6 a.m. this morning. Just because of the exam or final exam that I had this morning, as well as the tornado outbreak there in North Texas today, which I would probably say that's going to be probably a tornado outbreak. Yeah, if you know anybody in the Richmond area of Louisiana, make sure you give them a call or text. Make sure they're all right. Make sure they're ready to take shelter if there's a tornado warning there. Because again, this storm's moving off to the northeast. It has been, obviously, it is a PDS tornado warning still. Which does basically mean this is a potentially large and dangerous tornado on the ground. But it does seem like it may have lifted in the most recent scan, but we'll keep you posted. No official word yet from the National Weather Service on that. We are waiting currently. All right. We don't have any updates there. Debris ball. Tornadoes on the ground in Madison Parish. Let me look where this is. Oh, near Winsboro? An area that we were just on earlier. Oh, isn't that what we're on right now? Yeah, that's the storm that we're on right now. We do have a new tornado warning with this, though. Currently moving off to the northeast. This is a brand new tornado warning. I'm going to take out the PDS stuff just because I do think this is no longer on the ground. But this is moving off to the northeast. Again, Richmond is basically the area included in this new warning. Interstate 20. It'll eventually move off to the northeast. Warning goes until 11:45 tonight with this brand new tornado warning. Let me go ahead and update the graphic as well so we don't have the tornado warning thing going up here. There we go. All right. Somebody said there was another possible tornado on the ground here. Woodworth, Louisiana. I'll take a little look at it here. South of Alexandria. Let's see. Got a couple storms here. I'm not seeing anything near Woodworth, which I think is over here, right? Yeah, there's nothing here. But there is still a tornado warning ongoing west of Oakdale, which is, I don't think, on the ground either. Yeah, that's not on the ground. So yeah, there's no tornado on the ground there. Again, that is still an ongoing tornado warning for Elizabeth and Oakdale area. Also, the PDS tornado warning is officially, it's still going, but it's no longer a PDS. We currently have six tornado warnings right now ongoing here across 2 states. So that's what we got going right now. A couple of them are attached to each other, but several tornado warnings still ongoing here. Let me find the live chat here. There we go. All right, let's go back up to the north. I haven't really touched base on these other tornado warnings. We don't have really great radar views on any of these, unfortunately, but these are the ones in Mississippi, so let's go back up to these real quick. I didn't really put much of detail on this one when we looked at it, since we had the PDS tornado warning ongoing. This is the one back up near Interstate 55 in Charleston and Oakland. Again, moving off to the east right now. This is currently a look at the velocities. I'm not seeing a whole lot here in terms of strong rotation, but again, we could see a tornado at any time. We are far away from the radar site, so just keep that in mind. We're, seeing the velocities here, it gets kind of hairy this far out, so I would still make sure you're in shelter here if you're in this tornado warning. It is a pretty large one too. It includes anywhere from Sardis all the way back through Water Valley, Taylor, Pope, Bartsville, and Charleston, all included again in this tornado warning right now. Moving off to the east, we have two other ones, one in Cleveland and one in Greenwood. I think we're gonna have to go back down to the Jackson radar site. This is back near Cleveland, Shaw, as well as Dudsville and Sunflower. These are the other areas included in two different tornado warnings. I am not seeing anything too crazy in here. We have a couple of little notches there, but nothing that defined. Maybe a brief tornado or two could happen with a storm like that. Back over here near Shaw, we have some broad rotation currently ongoing. Really, the area of rotation that would be anywhere concerned about right now would be probably west of Shaw, but again, it's broad right now. Could develop here over the upcoming few minutes, but for right now it's still broad, so we'll be watching that one closely as it moves off to the northeast. Back down to the other two tornado warnings. One is south of Alexandria. We also have one right now that had the PDS tornado warn cell. This one did weaken. The rotation is right now south of Interstate 20, has not yet arrived there to Richmond. Correlation coefficient as well, not showing any debris being lifted up into the atmosphere at this given time, but we will be watching that one closely. And then back down to Oakdale, as well as near the Elizabeth area. This is the other tornado warn cell that has had rotation for quite a while. That is not rotation. Let's go over to this. There we go. So that's your rotation there. Not anything too impressive. It's still broad right now. It's going to be moving off to the northeast towards areas like 10, as well as maybe riding right along there, Highway 165. But for right now, broad rotation. We'll watch it closely. But for right now, Elizabeth, make sure you're still in shelter and just west of Oakdale. Again, tornado watches are ongoing. This one until 4 a.m. tonight across central and as well as southern portions of Louisiana. We also have another tornado watch in Mississippi, eastern portions of Louisiana, as well as going to southeast portions of Arkansas over until 2 a.m. tonight. So we'll be monitoring that potential as well pretty closely. Let me go back over to Jackson, and we will go back to this storm for the time being. We'll be watching the other ones pretty closely here. Thank you, Mystic, by the way, for the 199. I appreciate it. Have a great night. Appreciate you tuning in. Great safe rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. All right, let me back over to here. There we go. All right, I don't know if I missed much in chat here, but thanks, Shelly. Kevin, there's no tornado on the ground. I don't know why you keep trying to say there's a tornado. Don't spread false information. It's not a tornado. It is the furthest away from a tornado that you'll ever get. I don't even know what cell you're even talking about anymore, but it's not a tornado. That one is, you can sometimes see these big drops, but it's not really a tornado or anything like that. I mean, there is actually a rotation south of Alexandria, but it's not a tornado, I don't think. Let me go back down there real quick. Back down to Alexandria here. That's the one that you've been talking about, but going to the velocities again, very broad. Correlation coefficient does show like this big dark blue area. But if you look at the reflectivity and kind of how it matches up, it doesn't seem to match up that well. It's kind of weird though, doesn't it? It is really weird. Not sure what would be causing that either, because it's not really rotating that. I mean, the rotation seems to be pretty broad here on the velocities. Any rotation here. It's quite weird though, isn't it? Alexandria? So it does, I mean, it might be. It's hard to tell though. I mean, the velocities, I'm seeing people kind of tweet about it too. People are saying it might be an unwarned tornado. I'm not entirely sure. This is south of Alexandria right now. For a precaution, if you are watching the stream and you're south of Alexandria, get into shelter. I'm not entirely sure if this is a tornado or not. I don't know, it kind of seems weird. The velocities aren't overly strong on here. Let me go over to the, we'll kind of investigate this a bit more. Kind of go through the velocities here. South of Alexandria. Let's kind of look at it here. It's quite, I mean, I don't know. It seems like there might actually be something here. But at the same time, I'm not sure. There might be something else causing this on the radar that I might be missing. I don't know. Apparently it's trending on Twitter now, so I don't know what's going on there, but do we have any reports, by the way, of damage out of this? Does anybody know? Does anybody have actually any legitimate reports, though? Because I'm seeing people say there's damage, but I'm not seeing any reports of that at all. Still looking here. We have a new tornado warning, though, for this other storm back down here near Elizabeth. Let's go over to this real quick. This is a new tornado warning that's just been issued for Elizabeth. Actually, some strong rotation here near Elizabeth. Moving towards Glenmora right now and moving off to the northeast. It'll eventually go towards Forest Hill, Woodworth, as well as Compete. I don't know how to say that. Let's go off to the northeast. Go strong rotation right now near Elizabeth. Seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in that warning. Again, we are kind of monitoring this situation here. Not again 100% sure here. I feel like there's some explanation that needs to be made here because I'm not seeing damage there. Andrew, on the day, if you're talking about all day from North Texas all the way to here, it's at least 12, I think, confirmed tornadoes is the number. Probably gonna be more from where that came from, though. Back over to the correlation coefficient on this, it still shows it, but I am not 100% ball on it. I would get into shelter, though, if you're in the southeast part of Alexandria right now, as a precaution along one. Again, I have not seen any reports right now of a tornado. It does not seem to me like this is an actual tornado, but from my experience, I've not seen something like this where it actually, you know, I've seen these sort of things before, but it's usually not a tornado. I'm seeing people tweet about it. I'm not entirely sure, though, it's actual tornado, but I would take the proper precaution. If you're southeast of Alexandria, or you know anybody there, definitely make sure that they are seeking shelter just in case, because again, there possibly is a tornado here on the ground. Again, Lake Charles National Weather Service is in charge of this. They just put a tornado warning out southwest of this, so they must know something that we don't. Again, I'm not 100% sure on it. And obviously I'm pretty sure about most things, but this is one of those situations that I've never actually seen before, so a weird situation here. Again, seek shelter if you're southeast of Alexandria, just as a precaution. And, you know, it's a good time to practice your safety plan, at least, the bare minimum. I feel like there's some sort of thing that's happening here that we obviously don't really know of. It could be a tornado. I'm not putting that out of the question, but it is very difficult to kind of tell here because it is a weird storm. All right, here's the latest radar update. This might give us some clarification here. This is the reflectivity values, and the area of where there was apparently maybe a tornado here was kind of on this end of it here. And if we compare it to the velocities, rotation is broad, and it has been broad this entire time. So I haven't seen anything that makes it that strong. Correlation coefficient isn't really indicating much here. So I don't know. It's one of those things. I don't think it's a tornado. I kind of say it this entire time. I don't think it's a tornado, but latest velocity scan actually just came in again. I don't know. Funnel cloud spotted near Delhi. Was that back up in this storm here? We have a funnel cloud back in Winsboro. We actually had a PDS tornado warning cell on this. Apparently we have a new funnel cloud report with this cell. This is the one that was PDS earlier. And wow, look at this. This is strong rotation up here near Richmond right now, moving off to the northeast. Correlation coefficient is not picking up on debris here, but this is moving off to the northeast pretty quickly. Seek shelter again if you're near Richmond or anywhere just off to the north of there. We have 3 other tornado warnings as well back up to the north. Again, Alexandria is the area just southwest of there. Tornado warning there for this cell near Elizabeth that has had some strong rotation for quite some time. Again, that is your rotation. Let's go to the correlation coefficient on this storm. And there actually might be something here. I don't know. It's kind of close. Also, again, there's a potential for this storm to get a tornado at any time as well. So we'll have to watch that one closely. But again, the topic of discussion here for the last little while is the Alexandria one. I'm hoping to get an explanation on this here pretty soon because we're going to go back on this one here for a second. So far, I haven't seen anything new, but I don't know. I don't know, though, because the one thing is they haven't said anything, and they just literally issued a warning down here, so it wouldn't make much sense otherwise. I don't know. We'll probably have an update on that here pretty soon. But again, just precautionary measure. Seek shelter, again, if you're southeast of Alexandria. Again, I don't really know 100% sure here because it does, to me, this entire time, it does not look like a tornado on radar. It does not look like that from the velocity standpoint. If we go over to the gate-to-gate shear, for example, doesn't look like it either here on the gate-to-gate shear. Correlation coefficient, it still shows some of these blue colors kind of popping up here, but there's also a possibility, because this radar site, no, the radar site's west. That wouldn't make much sense either. I was about to say, if it was southwest, it might make a bit more sense. I don't know. This is really one of those moments I actually don't know what is actually, for some reason, like, it's kind of one of those things, like, everybody's kind of questioning it, that there might have been a tornado there, which there's possible, but I don't know. I really don't. I usually always have a definitive answer, but this is not a situation that I do. Yeah, somebody said it happens before. It's called side loading. Again, I'm not even that far into college in terms of, you know, all this other radar stuff. I know most, I know like almost everything in terms of regular, you know, forecasting and whatnot, but I'm not that far along to the, like, you know, the lobing and all this other stuff that goes into correlation coefficient and stuff like that, like into deep detail. So that might have been it too. Also, we have now a tornado on the ground, by the way. Currently a tornado on the ground near Richmond. All right, tornado on the ground. Let's go to this. This is a tornado on the ground. Has been observed, by the way. This is where that tornado would be. It's going to be somewhere there near Richmond, just to the north of there. Seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. There is now, again, a tornado on the ground that has been confirmed. And moving off to the north and northeast. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And tornado is now on the ground. We're going to get an update here in just a second. Let me make sure. Let's see what this is exactly. On the details. A weather spotter, by the way, confirmed a tornado, by the way. This is a confirmed tornado from a weather spotter in the area. This is not a radar confirmed tornado, so weather spotter confirmed this. Timing is going to be Eagle Bend around 11:15 and Valley Park 11:30. So a couple of details there for you. On this new tornado warned cell again, or this has already been tornado warned, but this is now a tornado on the ground. Very strong rotation as well there, just north now of Richmond, moving off to the northeast. So again, tornado on the ground, seek shelter, away from windows, and lowest floor possible. No cameras on this one, unfortunately. Yeah, we have cameras in certain spots, but they're not really lining up with where the storms have been. We had a couple back over in Arkansas, but that was about it. Again, this is now an ongoing tornado on the ground here. Take a quick glance. And I'm gonna go back over to the, again, I'm paying attention to the Alexandria thing, the Alexandria potential tornado there. But I'm gonna see if we have any other updates there. Yeah, I don't think this was a tornado. Obviously I've not seen any reports of anything like that anyways from the ground, for example, which if there was a tornado, we'd typically see some sort of stuff like that, but we will probably get some sort of explanation though. If the obviously we'll probably get an explanation because of how many people are tagging their national weather source about it. So Jonathan, you should be fine right now. There's another tornado warning cell to your southwest you have to monitor, so have a way to receive alerts if you do end up going to bed. Weather radio obviously is the best way to go there. Yeah, I mean, again, the Lake Charles National Weather Service, for those that are wondering about the Alexandria thing, they just issued a warning for it. It's not like their National Weather Service went out or something like that. So there was probably something to do with some sort of scientific radar thing that made that happen. But I, again, do not have 100% knowledge on that. Latest update onto this storm. Again, this is an ongoing tornado on the ground. Currently now north of Richmond. This is now going towards Highway 65. It's in this little circle, basically, is where that tornado is located. Kind of on the west side of it. So again, Highway 65 will be in the track of this in the upcoming minute or two. Moving off to the northeast, and it will eventually go towards areas, possibly towards areas like Cary in the long term. But for right now, that is where your tornado is located. Basically going towards the Mississippi River right now. So again, make sure you're in shelter, away from windows, and lowest alert possible. Again, that is your tornado on the ground moving off to the northeast, north of Richmond, Louisiana right now. Deborah, we're in Louisiana. Hey, stay safe, Cody. I'm trying to do every warning. We have a lot of warnings right now. Yes, I can put the tracker on this one. Let me do real quick. Let me just look and see if we have any other... trying to fix this. All right. Let's see if I want to do that. Let me go back over to... I think this glitched out. All right. Oh, nope, never mind. All right, let's do this and do that. And go back to the correlation coefficient. All right, doesn't show any debris ball right now or anything like that. So it might have been a brief tornado that was confirmed there. Let's go back up to the north. We have another tornado warning up here. We actually have 3 right now ongoing. We have another one back up here in Mississippi, back near Water Valley and west of Taylor. And this is the other one that has had some rotation for some time. Rotation on this one does seem to be kind of broad still. Areas to note with this would probably be, I mean, again, we have a different, this is far away from the radar site first off, and we're looking from east to west on this. It's hard to tell where these exact rotation spots are here, but a couple areas to kind of point out here would probably be these 3 areas here. So again, not all of them are rotating most likely. I'm going to see if we can get a better radar view on this. I think Jackson actually might have a better radar view. This should actually have a better radar view if it can get that far. Nope, not really. There's an area of rotation, though, back near Charleston. That's kind of pointed out. Maybe a small one west of Taylor. So those are the couple of areas. Again, we're in between several radar sites. But again, seek shelter if you're anywhere in this tornado warning. This warning specifically goes until 11:15. So another 12 minutes. Do math. So yeah, that's what we got going there. Back down near Alexandria, for those that are wondering, back down this direction. Again, we still have an ongoing tornado warning southwest of Alexandria. We'll go back in and zoom in on this one, take a look at the velocities here, and not that strong right now. Again, that's southwest of Glenmora, but we'll keep a close eye on this one as it moves off to the northeast. Nothing on the correlation coefficient either to kind of define that there would be a tornado there. So that's the latest update there. Again, we're going to go back to the ongoing tornado on the ground, though, that is right now north of Richmond, Louisiana. This is moving off to the northeast. Whoa, what in the world's going to happen here? This is moving off to the northeast, though, at about 30 or 40 miles per hour now. Again, correlation coefficient is not picking up on debris, but we very well could have a tornado at any time. This is where the tornado would be located. We'll be right over Highway 65, as that, again, continues to move off to the northeast. Thank you, Porter. Yeah, we have a confirmed tornado. It was from a storm spotter, or a weather spotter, or storm chaser, you know. You get what I mean. A little while ago, so about 5 minutes ago or so. I think 6 minutes maybe. When I heard about it, at least. So that's the latest update there. All right, by the way, no new updates on the Alexandria thing yet, but I am going to keep you updated. If we have any other updates on the Alexandria possible tornado that people keep talking about, I'll keep you posted. Oh, sorry, I was going to do a tracker on this. Let me do a tracker on this storm. I completely forgot. Let's go and put a track on this storm right now with the tornado warning cell. Oop, that just glitched. Let's try that again. All right, here is the track specifically on this tornado warning cell. and gives you an idea on timing and whatnot. Again, we might not have a tornado this far out, but it is a good idea of when this storm might arrive to your location. You also could see storms earlier than this that are not this one specifically, but again, timing right now, Carrie 11:40, eventually Luis by 12:12, and after that, it's kind of a bit of a toss-up on what will happen first. Will this area of storms hit you first, or will it be the single cell? I doubt it'll be the single cell, but Silver City 12:27, Eden right around 12:31, as well as Lexington 12:58. By the way, thank you, Lori, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate it. Happy holidays. Thank you very much for becoming a member here on the Max Velocity YouTube channel. Yeah, guys, if I don't answer your question, it's not personal by any means. It really isn't. I literally just can't answer everybody's question. I try to answer as many as I can. We have a tornado, by the way, on the ground with this one. This is the one that I think is, yeah, this is the one. So we still have a tornado on the ground here in the latest update. No other updates have been given, though, on this tornado warning cell. Yeah, this is, again, still a tornado on the ground, moving off to the northeast. And again, this is your really strong rotation. Obviously, a tornado is likely on the ground still here along Highway 65, moving off to the northeast. Again, correlation coefficient hasn't really picked up on this, but maybe a little bit. It's not much, but obviously, a tornado is likely on the ground still. This one was a PDS tornado warning cell before it crossed over I-20 back east of Gilbert a little while ago. So obviously, this does have some history of producing a tornado, and it has seems like producing another tornado here, according to a storm chaser in the area. If you have any photos, by the way, feel free to send them in to me on Twitter. Tweet me on Twitter, at me on Twitter if you see any photos or videos. I'll take a look at them as well. Obviously, see if what's happening there. I'd show them too. You never know. Thank you, Sola, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. If you haven't already, by the way, and you're new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We do severe weather live streams all the time. Also, make sure to hit the like button down below. Helps the page out a lot. We do have a new tornado warning that has just been issued for those over near in western Mississippi. This is a brand new tornado warning near Anguilla. Hopefully I'm saying the name right, as well as Silver City, Bologna, all on the track of this new tornado warning cell. This goes until midnight tonight. This will be going 40 miles per hour to the northeast. Correlation coefficient is not picking up on a tornado on the ground right now, but the rotation is pretty strong. This could develop into a tornado at any time. That is near Rolling Fork, by the way, moving off to the northeast. So seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. And that's going to be tracking out to the northeast here pretty soon. That's it. I'm downloading Twitter tomorrow. There you go. All right, I'm gonna go back over to Twitter real quick. Again, I don't see any updates on this Alexandria thing that people were talking about. Again, I do think it's just some sort of radar error that happened. I think a lot of people, again, I've not seen any confirmation of a tornado there, so no reports of it either. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything updated on there. All right, let's go back over to here. If I hear something, by the way, about the Alexandria possible tornado, I'll let you know. But I, again, do not think there was a tornado there. All right, again, that's the tornado right now going toward the northeast. This is not on the ground. The one that's on the ground is down here to the south. So we'll go back over to this one. This is the one that's likely still on the ground here near Highway 65, moving off to the northeast. Again, correlation coefficient is not picking up on a tornado right now, but it does not mean that it's not a tornado. There's definitely still probably a tornado there. Strong rotation is still ongoing. Near Highway 65, it'll be moving towards 465 here over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So again, seek shelter as it moves off to the northeast. Thank you, Dilly. Appreciate it. We'll take a glance. Yeah, I've seen these photos, I think, right? Could be wrong. Yeah, I've seen these. So yeah, these are the ones that I've already seen. Yeah, somebody posted about them a little while ago. So yeah, all right, cool. I'm caught up on those. By the way, a new tornado watch, I think, might be issued later on. No details on that yet, but there's a new mesoscale discussion. Possibility for a new tornado watch in the long term might exist for Jackson, Mississippi, kind of in this like little sliver here. We'll see. It'd be kind of in like this area. We might get something later on tonight. Not now, I wouldn't say, but maybe like in a few hours. They do have a new mesoscale discussion coming out, so we'll read the details on that here in a second. Give you some details. Yes, I know. Everybody's talking about the unwarned tornado warning cell, but again, I don't think there was a tornado. I think that has something to do with the radar. No, you're good, Dilly. No, don't worry about it. No, you can tag me or whatever. Honestly, if it repeats, it's not that big of a deal. I've just already seen that. I've seen that. I think I saw that like right when it came out too. We were talking about Farmerville tornado there for a while. Yeah, again, I don't think the Alexandria one was a tornado. I really do not. A lot of people are saying it was. I think it was some sort of radar glitch, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I've not seen any really actual evidence there to prove that there was a tornado, other than the correlation coefficient drop. It didn't seem to be correct though, because the velocities were not matching up at all. Hey, if I hear something about it again, I'll give you an update. But for now, we're gonna kind of step aside from that conversation because I've already kind of mentioned my opinion on it. But yeah, it was weird. It was weird. All right. Latest radar update I think just may have came in, or if it's about to come in. So we'll look at this storm again here in a second. Again, this one's on the ground northeast of Richmond, so watching this one pretty closely. Yeah, we could figure out the answer in the next 10 minutes too. We never know. Yeah, Lake Charles National Weather Service may mention something sooner rather than later. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to leave them in the chat. If you've not already, by the way, make sure to hit the subscribe button and like the stream as well. Helps the page, and it also helps us get out to more people that are in need of coverage. We're only 11 subscribers too, from 27,300. If you're not already, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Second live stream, by the way, back in basically the second live stream back here in about 2 months, or about a month. We're back, better than ever. We might be live again tomorrow, by the way, for the severe weather coverage then. I'll keep you posted. I'm not sure yet if I will, but I probably will be live at some point tomorrow, but I'm not sure. I'll give about an 80% chance. Depends on when it happens. It's probably gonna be during the afternoon, so don't know yet. See. And then on Thursday, I might go live, but probably not again unless there's something big happening there in Florida. But yeah, again, I'm not entirely sure yet. By the way, do you guys like the discussion-based forecasts? Like me coming live for like 30 to 60 minutes and just kind of talking about the weather? The forecast and whatnot. Do you guys kind of like those, like pre-severe weather event, like the night before? Because I did that last night, and I don't know how you guys feel about those. I kind of like doing them. I don't know if you guys want more of those. Just more open discussion, and it's more detailed, obviously, too. And it makes it a little bit easier for me anyways, just kind of going live instead of making a video. You love them? All right, cool. I might do them more. At least, I mean, I'm not going to do them like all the time for like, one little tiny rain event for like, a couple of showers in Florida. I'm not going to do that, obviously, but maybe for like some of these severe weather events and stuff, I'll probably do that more in the future. I kind of like doing them too. I think they're useful. And it's interactive too. I mean, and let's kind of forget the Jaws and DK thing that happened last night. Let's put that aside and like actually like, have a good discussion instead of having a chat that's being spammed. And I really want that video to actually, I want that live stream to be like perfect. Like I didn't want any distractions at all. And unfortunately, 15 minutes in, the notification just spammed off the board. So that was unbelievable. Yeah. I haven't seen Jaws. For those that are wondering, by the way, if you got a membership for some reason today, Jaws and DK gifted like 30 memberships before the stream even started. Just kind of a heads up. So you got a gifted membership today. It's probably from one of them, and they did it well before the stream even happened. I don't know. It was kind of weird. All right, new mesoscale discussion's out. Let's kind of discuss this real quick. Storm Prediction Center just issued a new mesoscale discussion, and I'll kind of read it off to you here a little bit. Kind of go not word to word, but I'll kind of give you a summary of what's happening here tonight. Severe threat is expected to continue overnight across the western and central Mississippi area. Wind damage, tornadoes, hail will be possible with the most intense storms. A watch will probably be needing to be issued to the east at some point later. It might be needed. It's not obviously likely right now, but it probably will. I would expect so. New watch at some point later. That would probably be for like Jackson, Mississippi and whatnot. And that's pretty much it. There's not a whole lot of other stuff there. There's a lot of just like basic like, Cape Index and all that. I'm not really going to get into that, but latest update there. We have a brand new tornado warning in Louisiana, by the way. That is actually east of Alexandria. This is the one that we had a lot of questions about, and now there's a tornado warning for it. I'm still kind of lost in this whole thing, but this is a new tornado warning east of Alexandria, and that is your rotation. Actually looks a bit stronger now, and this makes more sense. In my opinion, I still don't think there was a tornado before, but this is the cell that originally people were questioning. So just kind of heads up there. So this is the new one, though. There is definitely stronger rotation here, by the way. This is moving off to the northeast, so brand new update there. Again, tornado warning north or east northeast there of Alexandria, moving off to the northeast. Oh, Patricia, I haven't actually. Okay, so you guys want to hear a little story real quick? I hate to do it during tornado warnings, but I kind of want to get this out. I was going to say it well earlier in the stream, but I wasn't able to. So I had a physics exam today, a final, and it was taken in an auditorium. And the auditorium, this is where like 200 different physics students were in. We were all squished together in these auditorium seats, and we had these very tiny desks. And I don't even know if I can get, like, this was probably the size of the desk. This box, basically. That was probably the size of the desk. It was impossible to write on, and it was literally claustrophobic. It was horrible. It was worse than an airplane. Being on, like, Spirit Airlines, for example, it was probably worse than that. So, yeah, it was, yeah, I said it went, if you guys asked me today, like, how'd your exam go? I might have said, like, went well. But obviously, that was just, like, the short answer. The long answer is it was the most painful test environment I've ever been in. So, yeah, there you go. Crazy stuff. Let's go back to this real quick. Correlation coefficient. I just want to take a look at that. Yeah, so no debris right now in this storm. East and northeast of east-northeast of Alexandria. Again, for those that are wondering, this is the one that was originally, people were talking about how it might have been a tornado earlier. And I don't think it was, but that's the latest update there. I appreciate everybody following me on Twitter tonight. We are almost actually up to 1,000. We're only 27 followers away from Twitter from 1,000. So if you haven't already, follow me on Twitter. I'll link it in chat real quick. We also have photos of the Farmerville tornado as well over there. So it'd be pretty cool if you guys go ahead and follow me on there. Also, latest scan here on the radar here, east-northeast of Alexandria. Strong rotation, it looks like. This is north of Deville. Seems to be a pretty rural area near 28. It'll be going towards 127 here pretty soon. Moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So again, some rotation there, northeast of Alexandria. Also, I need to switch this. Tornado's on the ground, I believe, still back up north of Richmond, but we're going to really pay attention to this, it looks like, for right now. And we'll back up to that one here pretty soon. Beth, where is that in Mississippi? Is that north, east, southwest? What part of the state is that in? Okay, chemistry and history final today. That is exciting. Oh, I took a chemistry exam. That was fantastic. Actually, it wasn't too hard. Chemistry isn't too difficult. Physics is much harder. Word. Yes, Bernie, we're currently in Louisiana. I'm pretty sure I say it almost every, like, 30 seconds now, but I've worked on that. I wish I could just put, like, it on the screen, but it's too difficult to put, like, a state name on the screen. I've tried putting solutions into that, but it's like impossible. Quick update in western Mississippi. We have now a new update on this tornado warning. It has actually been extended. It is still a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado now. This is not a weather spotter. I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference, but there's still a tornado on the ground here. Going to be going towards Highway 61 south of Cary. Again, correlation coefficient is not picking up on debris. That does not mean there's no tornado there. Just simply means there's not really a whole lot of debris other than maybe some dirt or whatever. It might not be much, but there's your tornado still on the ground. Law enforcement just confirmed it, and it will be moving towards possibly Cary over the next, give or take, 20 minutes or so, maybe 25 minutes. So again, tornadoes on the ground northeast of Richmond, and it is moving off to the northeast. Yeah, I do speak pretty quickly. I have to speak quickly in some of these situations. I've been trying to talk a bit slower, but yeah, it's a little bit difficult sometimes. But yeah, again, observed an on-ground tornado right now, northeast again of Richmond, Louisiana. This is crossing over the Mississippi River right now, by the way. This is literally crossing over the Mississippi River as we speak. It'll be heading into Mississippi, though, right now. So just a little heads up there. And again, it's moving off to the northeast. And seek shelter away from windows at lowest floor possible. It is, again, an observed tornado by law enforcement in the area. And I'm going to take a real quick look and see. I don't know if we have any views on this storm either. No, we don't. I wonder if we have a camera looking north here. Let's see. West. Ooh, north, maybe. We do have a view of from the bridge. Actually, this is a good view here. And it's gonna say this is MDOT traffic here in Mississippi. Got some lightning here at the top of your screen. You might be able to see it here for a second. There's a lot of flashes. These storms are highly electrified. Top left of your screen, there's a lot of lightning. This is looking north towards that tornado warned storm, the tornado on the ground. So yeah, so that's over in Mississippi right now. Cool little look there. A lot of lightning, a lot of lightning. Have a great night, Ro. Appreciate you tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We will see you again soon. Also, tornado warning is still ongoing up here near Anguilla. Hopefully I'm saying the name right. For another 40 minutes or so. This storm is still rotating. Still some pretty strong rotation as well. This is moving off to the northeast. Benzoli will be in, or Belzoni is going to be on the track of this here pretty soon. Silver City, maybe just west of there, will be in the track of this cell. Make sure you're in a safe place immediately, or get ready for it if you're a bit further out to the east there. But that cell's moving pretty quickly there off to the east. Real quick, back onto the Alexandria tornado warning, or just east of there. Not currently impacting Alexandria, but it's just on the outskirts there near 28. Rotation is broadening out just a little bit, so not too bad right now. That's moving off to the northeast, and it continues to broaden as well. This cell does not seem to be rotating nearly as strongly. That's not really a word, but as before. That's moving off to the northeast. Again, not seemingly too bad of a situation there at this point. So our main concern now will probably be the main concern right now is going to probably be these cells. We might get a couple more there in the state of Louisiana here pretty soon as well, but biggest concern right now is the tornado on the ground northeast of Richmond along the Mississippi River, and then going back through probably Yazoo City. Will be in the track of that later on. So just south of Cary is also where we have that ongoing tornado on the ground here, crossing over the Mississippi Valley as we, or excuse me, the Mississippi River as we speak. I keep saying valley. Yeah, it's moving off to the northeast right now. And again, we're keep you updated with the latest when that keeps moving off to the northeast. Again, make sure to hit the subscribe button if you're new here. We'll keep you updated with the latest. Real quickly, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna see if we have any updates on the Farmerville tornado. Farmerville again got hammered by a tornado earlier this evening when we were live about 3 hours ago. It actually made a touchdown. And we don't have any new updates there, so just kind of heads up there. Just trying to find some new updates on that tornado. If you were here near the beginning of the stream, there was a tornado on the ground in Farmersville. Main takeaway points, multiple injuries in that storm. Farmerville, Louisiana, by the way. There was multiple injuries in that tornado at 8:30-ish, along with multiple mobile homes destroyed. Lots of debris as well. I saw a couple videos there. There was a lot of debris on the ground. So just a little update there for those in northern Louisiana and that are looking to maybe help out there as first responders. Just a heads up. A lot of damage there. So not really something you want to see. You aren't too far away from Yazoo City. Yeah, this is the one that you might want to watch for. I'm not sure which direction you're from there, but just a general gist here. This is probably the main storm that you want to be monitoring, at least over the next hour and a half. And yeah, this is definitely the main one. I don't see a whole lot beyond. I mean, behind it, there'll be more storm action, but it's going to be a little while. And then we got another storm off to the north, but that won't be going towards Yazoo City. So yeah, this I'll definitely be mindful of. It's going to be going probably directly towards Yazoo City. And I'll probably stay just north of the Sataria area tonight for at least this storm. Obviously, a lot more storm action behind it, but at this given time, obviously, that is probably lesser of a concern to you than this specific cell, which again is producing a tornado right now. At least of what we know, there's been some fairly strong rotation with this as well. And we'll stay on this here for just a second because the velocity's glitched out. But that's where your tornado is located. It's over 465. It'll be crossing over Highway 61 potentially in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So, Flora. Let me look up where that is real quick. Be a better idea here. Oh yeah, you'll be good. Yeah, you're not in the track of that. You probably will have a bit more of an overnight threat. So, yeah, you should be good for right now. Yeah, I know that literally had those same feelings, and I don't really have anxiety. It just really, like, I felt claustrophobic the entire time. It was horrible. It was so bad in that auditorium. It was really bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there will be more tornadoes than what there have been warnings for, most likely, with this sort of setup. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. No problem, Beth. No problem at all. Let's see. Matthew, you're talking about the one that was near Alexandria from earlier? The one you're talking about? Sorry, I'm trying to find it. This chair, like, I have a chair. I need to get a new office chair again. I broke my office chair at college, and this one's not comfortable. And I keep throwing away money on office chairs. It's hard to find a good, comfortable office chair for hours on end. It really is. Real quick, Twitter updates. Let's see if we have any other ones. No new updates. New update, by the way, on tomorrow's severe weather update. Heads up. No major changes, I would say, but we have some notable ones. For those that are curious on tomorrow's severe weather event, we do have some updates there. Don't know if I can show it on here. Let me try. Also, tornado was confirmed near the Chotard Lake in about 11:14, so about 12 minutes ago in Filter. That was the tornado that was confirmed out of this. Real quick, though, I do want to mention that we have an update on tomorrow's severe weather event. Has changed slightly. Enhanced risk has expanded further east, and tornado threat is still significant, and it's still a 10% probability. Here's your tornado threat as well. So 10% across the board from just west of Tallahassee along Interstate 10 back through just south of Jackson, and then through Lafayette and New Orleans. So those are the areas that are included again in this new outlook. Obviously, nothing majorly changed here. I think the biggest change is that this did shift a bit further to the east. So again, Storm Prediction Center just issued the newest update for tomorrow's severe weather event, which will impact the Gulf Coast. And yeah, that's the latest update there. Yeah, Matthew, I don't know. It could have been, but it wouldn't have produced that much debris either. So it's not impossible that it was a land spout, but it just wouldn't have done that. Land spouts are typically not that strong. And yeah, I do think it was something to do with the radar. And we haven't had any reports of damage or anything like that. So I don't know. I've been kind of I've been that person that has been basically saying this entire time, I don't think it's a tornado, but never know. I could be wrong, but I haven't seen anything that has definitively changed my decision, because I've really, the National Weather Service hasn't made a comment about it, I don't think, yet. So we have a PDS tornado warning, or PDS tornado now on the ground here. Currently, actually, this is kind of surprising. We actually have a PDS here that's on the ground. This is a PDS tornado warning back over here. Right, that's huge. This is just east of 465. Very strong rotation. So again, PDS tornado warning ongoing here, and this is an on-the-ground tornado. And right now, moving off to the northeast. So PDS tornado warning now in western Mississippi. Large and dangerous tornado is right here over near Highway 61. Moving off to the northeast. Seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. And as our latest update on this tornado warned storm, PDS tornado warned cell now moving off to the northeast. Rural area, but definitely be something to be watching closely. Population over this specific area is 125. Valley Park is included in this ongoing PDS tornado warned cell. And yeah, that I think is that yeah, that's the main area. About 1,240 people are in the track of this, so luckily it's not a huge populated area here in western Mississippi, but definitely still notable here. You need 3D radar. 3D radar is pretty cool to look at. I wish there was more of a public use for that. All right, here's a tornado again, large right now, moving off to the northeast. This could very well become long tracked. Large tornado though on the ground, dangerous tornado as well. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning near Highway 61. Is again moving off to the northeast right now at approximately 35 miles per hour. Areas in the track long term are Yazoo City, Luis, and Eden. It's a good time away from you, so you don't have to panic right now by any means, or really get to your safe place, but definitely have a plan right now in place if you're in those areas, because this will be something to watch for in the long term as that continues to track out to the northeast. So we'll be watching this pretty closely. Jonathan, I think you shouldn't be too worried about the rest of the night. Again, just have a way to receive alerts. That's like the biggest advice I can give you right now. But realistically, yeah, just have a way to receive alerts. You'll be fine. Have a weather radio or something like that. Those are always very helpful. How was my day or night? Decent. I've been very busy today. I mean, I had exams this morning and this afternoon, and then, you know, traveled. Been a really busy day. I've been up since 6 a.m. I've been up for I've actually been up for, how many hours have I been up? 18 hours now? I'm going on 20 probably. 20 hours being awake. That's crazy. Yeah, Yazoo City, that's basically the place in the track of this long term. But again, this might just stay off to the north of there. We'll see what happens. Yeah, honestly, I don't disagree with you, Jonathan, at all. Tornadoes are not fun to deal with. Uh-oh, NATO cast. Apparently NATO cast is in the track of this tornado warning storm, apparently. Possibly, I don't know. Just said I'm worried about this. Or maybe just, I don't know. Who knows? All right, latest update again. Still a large tornado on the ground right now, most likely heading off to the northeast. Here is the, whoa, look at this. This is the tornado on the ground right now. It shows a lot better now on radar. The correlation coefficient. Tornado again is on the ground near 61. Moving off to the northeast. Again, make sure you are in shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is a huge tornado right now. Strong as well. Near Highway 61, moving off to the northeast. That is the latest on the correlation coefficient here. Wow, that's unbelievable. Again, PDS tornado warning still ongoing. That is a large tornado. Wow. It happens, Faye. It happens, Faye. Don't. I mean, it happens to like a lot of people, so. One of those things, it can be hard to outgrow too, depending if you're younger. Again, this is a large tornado on the ground right now, Mississippi. Still on the ground here, clearly depicted on radar. Correlation coefficient still picking it up. Winds are very strong, by the way, on this. The velocities are insane with this on the ground. Winds are estimating at least 75 and 37. This is at least an EF1 probably type tornado on the ground. Probably stronger, honestly. I mean, this is a very strong tornado moving off to the northeast. Again, PDS, tornado warning cell. Again, moving off to the northeast right now. And this will, again, actually, I'm going to put a timeline on this. For those that are out in front of this long term, it's going to put a track on this, give you an idea of where this will be heading next. And if you're in the track of it over the long term here, and we'll get an idea of where you might be impacted here later on. So it's going about 40 miles per hour. So Yazoo City, again, is kind of in the track of this, but Luis right around 1206. So we got about 30 minutes or so there. But again, have a safety plan in place. Have a way to receive alerts. Can't urge it enough. Yazoo City right around 1213. Eden right around 1226. Eventually, Chula right around 1245. Lexington 1253. Durant 107. West 118. And Vaden is 129. Again, that is the current timing on this PDS tornado warning cell. Again, this is a potentially large and dangerous tornado that's still on the ground here right now near Valley Park in Mississippi. So again, western Mississippi, this is your tornado, by the way, on the ground right now. That is it. That is your potentially large and dangerous tornado right now, moving off to the northeast. So again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. And quick update on Twitter. Let's see any new updates there. All right. Yeah, apparently the inverseness Mississippi weather, or what, the yeah, radar station's apparently down. Huh. Where's that? Is that further south of us? This is the latest update. I'm not even sure where that is. Is it this one? Oh, the radar site went out somewhere. I don't know where that is. This is the Brandon one. I have no clue where that even is. Apparently some radar site inverseness or something like that went out. I'm trying to get the right name of that, but that's in Mississippi. That's actually the Jackson, Mississippi one. Seems to be still working. I don't know. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Welcome. Alabama shouldn't be too bad unless you're in southern Alabama. Inverness. Thank you. I don't know why I was saying that wrong. Alabama shouldn't be too bad unless you're on the south portion of Alabama. It might be a little bit worse with the tornado threat being a bit higher tomorrow. But further north you are, a little bit safer you'll probably be. Again, this is a PDS tornado warning right now in western Mississippi, moving to the northeast. Again, strong, potentially large tornado on the ground. Yazoo City, long track, or in the track of this long term. Again, this is the current correlation coefficient indicating a debris right now on the, obviously on the radar here, moving off to the northeast. They'll be going towards 16. Pretty, not really that populated of an area here. It's still on the ground, by the way. Latest radar scan just came in, but it's not really in that populated of an area. It's just north of Valley Park now. So if you're in the Valley Park area, again, stay in shelter. But it'll be going towards Yazoo City here in a little while, Luis as well. But it's about another half an hour, maybe just slightly under that, until it actually reaches those areas. So for right now, no need to panic, but have a plan in place just in case it does impact you. Because again, this is a pretty strong tornado. This could also very well go long tracked. It's already been on the ground potentially for as long as 20 minutes. So make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible here on this cell. Again, not a whole lot of areas included in this warning right now. It'll be more of a Yazoo City that's more concerning here. Hey, no problem, Beth. I'm glad I'm able to help. Yeah, this is already, I think, been a long track tornado. I mean, it's been on the ground, I think, upwards of 20 minutes. It may have lifted a couple of times. I'm not entirely sure, though. This same cell, by the way, produced a PDS tornado back south of Richmond. You guys remember that if you've been here for a while? This same cell actually produced a PDS tornado back just south of Richmond, east of Gilbert, about an hour ago, I think now, right? About an hour ago? I might be wrong on that. And something about an hour ago. And it lifted. It got close to Richmond, and then it dropped again just northwest of Richmond. It lifted, it seemed like, again, and then it dropped again. And now it seems like it's been on the ground for a good 20-25 minutes. So that's kind of the latest update there. I think, at least. I think that's the timeline on this specific tornado warning cell. But again, tornado's still on the ground here. And it's now PDS again for the second time in this storm cycle. And it's been about 1.5 to 2 hours now that this has been tornado warned. So, and again, debris is being lifted up definitely in the atmosphere right now. Again, southwest of 16. Rolling Fork, obviously not really in the track of this. So that area is under a tornado warning earlier. Yazoo City and Luis will be in the track of this, though, long term. We'll have to see which direction it ends up going. But that's definitely, this is, again, the concerning feature right now is this. Debris being lifted up in the atmosphere is clearly depicted here on radar. This is, again, the correlation coefficient. That are not familiar with this, this essentially shows the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. These greens and blues will represent that debris, where the rotation is the strongest. So, watching from Melbourne, Florida. Welcome. How's the weather been there? Shouldn't even be awake. It's 12:39. No, Minnesota is seeing snow. You're not going to see a tornado. Also, an update on Humphreys, Minnesota. There's a tornado warning there. That's a bit in a rural area, too. I think it's further north of here. It's up here, still ongoing. Or I don't think the rotation's been overly impressive up there. But that tornado warning is still going here for a little longer if you're up there in Humphrey County, Minnesota. Still warning ongoing up there. How you doing, Andrew? Welcome. Gainesboro, Tennessee. How's it going from Gainesboro, Tennessee? Tennessee, I don't know a whole lot of people from Tennessee. Yes, Allison. Yeah, I can give you a general time here from what we've already done here. So, kind of in between those two areas. It said 149. Yeah, 149 and 16. I don't know where 16 is. It's up here. Right around 12 o'clock. So, probably in the next 20 minutes-ish. If it's able to survive, which it does seem like it might be weakening a little bit. Let's go over to the velocities. And no, it's not weakening at all. Never mind. All right, so it's still pretty strong. I thought it might be weakening a little bit. I think the debris, I mean, it's still being lifted up into the atmosphere here. The one key thing here is that it might be going through very rural areas, like maybe just some, like, you know, fields or whatever. So there might be a possibility that's lifting up a lot of dirt now or something like that, which might depict more of these green colors, not really a whole lot of blue. But yeah, the rotation is still very strong. And again, this is a long tracked, again, potentially very strong tornado as well. It'd be heading towards 16 here, this 16 within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I'd expect right around 12-ish there near the area that you were just talking about, though. Again, this is rain wrapped as well, so don't try to look for this outside. Very dangerous situation here. Andrew, yeah, there's a tornado on the ground right now. Hey, Tony, how you doing? Welcome back. As well as Sam, how you guys doing? Welcome back. No problem, Allison. Let me go over to Twitter again real quick. And again, here's your tornado that's likely still on the ground. It does seem like it's still on the ground there. It'll be approaching 16, the southern half of this here, east of Cary, in the next approximately 4-ish minutes. Brand new tornado watch was just issued, by the way. This is a brand new one. This does include Yazoo City, so brand new tornado watch. If you know anybody in this area, make sure that you're, you know, sharing that with them by messenger or whatever you used to text them or call them. This does include areas like Jackson, back in Louisiana, as well as Jackson, Mississippi, Macomb, Hazlehurst, Forest, Philadelphia, Louisville, all included in a brand new tornado watch. Yazoo City is also included in this as well. This tornado watch goes until 6 a.m. I will not be live, by the way, until 6 a.m. But this tornado warning, or tornado watch, excuse me, goes until 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning, technically. Winds up to 75 miles per hour. A few tornadoes are likely, by the way, from the Storm Prediction Center. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a pretty good chance that we see several tornadoes here overnight tonight. So, again, make sure you have a way to receive alerts. I will not be live the entire night, so you will not have somebody to rely on, unfortunately. But I'm so tired, it's not even funny. But I'll be live as long as I can here. So obviously, we still have a PDS tornado warning here ongoing, so we'll keep you posted with this one. And again, here's your debris being lifted up right now southeast of Cary. It'll be approaching 16 in the next few minutes. And if you're new here, by the way, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Again, will be your one-stop shop here for severe weather coverage on YouTube. And again, most accurate forecasts here on YouTube as well. Posted with the latest. Throw that. By the way, 1.15 million people are in the track of the new tornado watch. Isolated hail, damaging scattered wind gusts, and as well as the potential for a few tornadoes are likely tonight. Just for kind of clarification there. Red Bull? No, I don't drink energy drinks. I actually never have had an energy drink in my life. Hey, Joe, how you doing? From Melbourne, Australia, really? How's it going, Sam? All right, next radar scan does come in here in just a moment. We'll have an update on the correlation coefficient, see if there's still a big tornado on the ground here or not. As this continues to move off to the northeast, we'll have that update here for you in just a moment. Stay tuned. Should be coming out here in just a second. Just a moment. Let's real quick, though, go back to the velocities again. This is, again, what we're talking about in terms of strong rotation. Very strong rotation here. Again, heading towards 16 right now, moving off to, again, the north and northeast. And it does seem like we actually might have a couple areas here of rotation. But this is obviously the one that is currently on the ground and is very strong. So, very notable here. Yeah, this is still a PDS tornado warning, by the way. Has not changed. So it is still a PDS tornado warning cell. Latest radar scan is starting to fizzle out maybe a little bit here of this debris. So there might be a little bit of a weakening trend. Might be a little bit of a weakening trend here southwest of 16. Again, that is rain wrapped. It might be taking a bit of a left-hand turn too. It seems like it's kind of done that here in the last few scans, which when we see these little left-hand turns, which kind of means like, you know, tornado tracks kind of like this almost. That can sometimes indicate some weakening and kind of fizzling out tornadoes as well. And this is an area here where the tornado warning or tornado still is. It does seem like we have a tornado maybe still on the ground here, but it's definitely a bit smaller than before. Good news, but yeah, it's still PDS, and it will be still heading towards areas near Luis most likely. This is like probably going to track, if it stays on the ground long enough, it'll probably track into Luis. That's kind of the track it's been going. Yazoo City probably will be missed by this, I would say. But again, I would still be making sure you're aware of this, because it could take a right-hand turn. It's not impossible, but it seems like it might be going a bit further northeast. We also have another area of rotation here as well developing. Yeah, it does seem like this rotation, though, may be weakening, which is good signs. But the one south of 16 is also something to monitor here. That very well could potentially strengthen as well. Severe weather has mostly been across, I mean, North Texas had about at least 8 tornadoes today. Louisiana also had a few tornadoes already today. Arkansas, Southeast Arkansas maybe had one. Western Mississippi maybe had a couple. This is also one ongoing right now, so. Hey, stay safe, Nicholas. You should be okay, I think, but again, make sure you're keeping a close eye on these. Got a couple of different couplets kind of here, and again, either, I mean, this could very well go a bit further east, and this one also could go a bit further north, or this one could go, I mean, it really, the direction with these is a little bit different. Also, now it has been actually updated that there's no longer a PDS tornado warning on this. It is now radar indicated rotation, and that has kind of evolved here over the last few minutes with lesser rotation. And the correlation coefficient has actually kind of removed the debris here on that one spot there that we had before with a large tornado there near Valley Park. So it does seem like for now we're back down to just a regular tornado warning, which is good news. Now I will keep you updated here with the latest here for the next at least 10 to 15 minutes at least here, and kind of see what happens. But we'll be monitoring it as it moves off to the northeast. We also have a tornado warning still off to the north here. So again, we still have 2 tornado warnings ongoing, both of them right now in Mississippi, western Mississippi to be specific. Yazoo City and Luis are the ones in the track of these 2 tornado warnings, or at least this one tornado warning cell. The other one's kind of in the middle of nowhere there near Humphrey County, I believe it is. So okay, back down to radar indicated here. Good news. Yeah, PDS is particularly dangerous situation. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of missing chat here a little bit. Doing that. All right, latest radar update just came in. We'll take a look here. Okay, mentioned this. All right, let me go over to here. Back to the velocities. Wow, that's amazing. Here's the latest velocities update, by the way. This was the initial PDS tornado. It has taken a left-hand turn. This thing's done. It's not going to redevelop. This one over here possibly could. This one is right now near 16. A little bit of rotation there on now the southern kind of part of this tornado warning cell. This could potentially redevelop into maybe a tornadic situation. Nothing on the correlation coefficient, but that is an area to watch here as this moves off to the north and east. Yazoo City, definitely be on alert for this one as well as Luis. Those are the 2 areas that will be in the track of this in the long term. So players to watch. PDS, pretty darn strong. Yeah, that's also a good way to put it too. Charlie, at least a dozen. From what I know, there's been 8 in North Texas from this morning, possibly more to come. From what I'm hearing, there's probably upwards of 12 to 15 in that range in North Texas. And then in Louisiana, we've had a few. Mississippi, we've at least had this one. I think we've had a couple now. So yeah, I think we're upwards of at least a dozen, if not more. From what I know from confirmed already, it's at least 11 or 12. I think it's upwards of, yeah, it's at least 12. I'll give it at that. Yeah, Jamie, it was a rough morning. Yeah, I mean, it literally played into my final exam too. I was trying to post as many updates as I could for North Texas. A lot of work. Stuff was happening there. Sam, there are multiple injuries from the Farmerville tornado. Other than that, I do not know. And I don't know the number on that either. It's kind of like one of those things that they haven't really confirmed that yet. Okay, so police are saying that 20 to 25 people were injured. Wow, that just came out like 2 minutes ago. So again, breaking situation out of Farmerville, Louisiana. That was where we had a strong tornado at the very beginning of the stream, about half an hour in. Farmerville police have said that there was about 20 to 25 people that were injured in Union Parish, which is right in that area. No confirmed fatalities right now, but some are in critical condition. I will have to make a post about this on Facebook tomorrow. This is unbelievable. Wow. And again, it's unbelievable. 20 to 25. That's a high now. This must have been a strong tornado. I mean, this must have been on the strong end. 20 to 25 injuries. Yeah, again, that is unbelievable. I remember when was the last time we had that many injuries? That's a lot. 20 to 25. I think they said at least. I don't know if he said at least or at or around. I think he might have said around, right? Keywords are kind of important here. Around. Oh, okay. So about. So yeah, it's not at least. It's about. So about 20 to 25 people were injured in Union Parish. Again, no confirmed fatalities, but man, that's unbelievable. And again, a couple, at least a few, potentially a few of them were in critical condition. That's the absolute latest update though out of Farmersville. Or Farmerville. I keep saying Farmersville. I'm trying to say Farmerville there, but wow, that's unbelievable. By the way, here is the history if you're curious on this PDS tornado warn cell. This is the history. Funnel cloud beginning by near Winsboro. Tornado, or let me put a different color on here. Actually, let me turn off the radar real quick. So this is the history on this PDS tornado warn cell. Here's your funnel cloud. Tornado, lifted up somewhere in here. Tornado again. Possibly all the way through here. It's hard to tell where it actually kept going. And then it kind of stopped. I think it kind of stopped right about here. So that's kind of the trackish, trackish. It's about the track though on this tornado. Again, it probably lifted up a bit more in there. I don't know. It wasn't on the ground, I don't think, this entire time. But this is basically your general gist here of where this tornado was. This one began back at, what was the funnel cloud? Was it 1010? Yeah, it was 1010. And this has been on the ground, or at least been, really on, at least warned for the past hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. It's been a long track tornado for sure. Obviously, how long it's been on the ground is kind of one of those things that has to be surveyed. We don't know. It could have been on the ground this entire time, which I don't think it has been. It was probably on the ground for a good, though, 45, 50 minutes. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure if I'm going live yet tomorrow. We'll see. I have a lot of stuff to catch up on North Texas weather, so we'll see. I'm not making any guarantees on a stream tomorrow. I didn't make any guarantees on a stream tonight either. Just kind of got lucky. I was able to finish my exam so quickly this afternoon. Yeah, that's about the track there of that tornado. We haven't had a new tornado warning that has just been issued for the same area that just had the PDS tornado from earlier. New tornado warning. This is your rotation here. Now, north of the Tallulah area. You can seek shelter immediately away from windows low as possible. This is north of Richmond. So again, brand new tornado warning has just been issued on the same cell, or not the same cell, but a different cell, but in the same track of that last PDS tornado warn cell. So again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. This is also moving off to the northeast right now. Oh man, it's non-stop busy tonight. We have 3 tornado warnings ongoing right now, and this is a brand new one. It's a rural area still, but it is kind of in that same vicinity of where we had the other tornado, so very notable there. Also, we're getting strong rotation, it looks like, again, back to the west of 149. Nothing on the ground, it looks like, for right now, but this could develop into something. We'll monitor that very closely. This is the other tornado warning cell back north right now of Tallulah. Off to the east and east-northeast. Possibly the northeast, actually. Astro, no? Tornado siren test? What was it? Tornado siren test. I don't test sirens. What? I'm so confused. East Carroll, Madison, Sharkey, and Warren counties are the ones included in this brand new tornado warning, by the way. Again, this is a radar indicated rotation. We'll get a new radar update here momentarily to get us an update on this one, and as well as the other rotation back up here. And probably about, I think, within the next minute. So we'll have an update on those. The rotation definitely strengthened back up west of Yazoo City again. Hey, thank you, Chance, by the way, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I appreciate that a lot. Happy holidays. Appreciate you becoming a Storm Chaser member. Very much. Appreciate your support. What in the world is a siren test? I'm so confused. Appreciate it, Chance. How you doing, John? Welcome back. All right, latest radar update. Man, this is strong rotation again. Correlation coefficient hasn't updated yet, but that is strong rotation. We could get a tornado with that one as well. Back up near Luis. Nothing on the correlation coefficient yet, but strong rotation again in the same area where we had a tornado not too long ago, north of the Tallulah area, as well as north of the Clarksville area, moving off to the northeast. The possibility for another tornado to drop in a similar area where we had a tornado earlier. I don't know yet, Sam. It hasn't updated on my end, I don't think. Let me look again. I have not seen it update on here yet. Possibly. It's early. I'll give it another scan, but there's possibly a tornado on the ground there. I'll have to give it another scan though. It's not very definitive yet. Typically, it's a bit more definitive for a tornado. These are two very strong rotations right now. Two very, very strong areas of rotation. Oh, I gotcha. I was about to say, I don't know what I know what a siren test is. I don't know what the context of it was. It sounded like you wanted me to do a siren test. I can't do one. It's like what law enforcement I think does or something like that. All right. Okay, sure. I'm so confused. All right, next radar scan is coming in about 2-ish minutes, maybe 1 minute, actually 1 minute. So we'll have an update here in a second on that. And see if we have a tornado on the ground again, which that would be unbelievable if we have another one on the ground here. Same area. This is all the same area here. An update there for you here in a second. Tallulah, thank you. All right, latest radar update here. We just got it in on the velocities. We will go to the correlation coefficient first, which is not indicating anything on the ground yet, but this is still the old update. We haven't got the new update yet. Still awaiting the more new update here. All right, hasn't updated yet. We'll give it a second. Actually, it did update, but it hasn't. I don't think it's updated. I don't even know. This thing's so confusing sometimes. Not showing anything right now on either storm, which is at least good news for now. But again, tornado could definitely drop at any time. I'm going to give it one more scan and see what happens. If we don't have a tornado on the ground by then, I'm going to actually probably end the stream early because I've got to do stuff tonight, and I like legitimately have to go to bed because I'm so tired. But we'll see. If there's a tornado on the ground, that's a different story. But for right now, it does seem like they're both rotating pretty strong, but we'll see what happens. Tornado warning has also been condensed, by the way, back west of Yazoo City, just an FYI. But both these tornado warnings are still ongoing for 2 different areas, so. Close eye on this here. I've been up since like 5 a.m. That's been like, I got up at like 5:45 this morning. I kind of went back to bed for like 15 minutes and I got back up again. A long hour. Breaking situation out of Keithville, Louisiana. Unfortunately, a search happened after a tornado struck Keithville, Louisiana. A child was found, unfortunately, dead, and the child's mother is still missing. Really sad news coming out of there too, out of Keithville, Louisiana. 24 homes were destroyed as well in that rural neighborhood. Man, just that's horrible. So sad to hear these things. I mean, again, Keithville, Louisiana is another area that got hit hard today too. So again, Farmersville had a bunch of injuries. We had at least 20 to 25 injuries, somewhere in that range in Farmerville from tonight's, not even 4 hours ago, we had a tornado there. Upwards of at least 20 to 25 injuries there. All of them's destroyed. A couple people in serious condition. It's a whole mess. It's so unfortunate. I mean, again, unbelievable. It's really sad to hear this stuff too. But that's fortunately what some of these tornadoes can do, and that's kind of one of those things that happens. Unbelievable. Very, very sad situation there. Update, by the way, on these two tornado warnings. This one has just been condensed a little bit. Still ongoing. Neither one showing correlation coefficient drop, which means there's no debris right now, which is good news. But for obviously, good reason, you should still be in shelter. These are very strong rotating supercells moving off to the northeast. Again, this one's going to be impacting the same area, like Valley Park, for example. It might be impacting that area again, potentially soon. Luis and Yazoo City, be on the lookout for this storm. It looks like Luis will probably be impacted by this storm here before anything. So if you're in Luis, I would definitely make sure you're watching this storm very closely. Again, rain wrapped if there were to be a tornado, which there is not one, it looks like right now, but there could be one at any time. So you might want to, make sure you have your safety plan in place, get to your safe place if you're still included in those warnings. I'll give it one more scan and see what happens, but I've got to get to bed here in a second. Just a friendly reminder, by the way, make sure to hit the like button down below. We're like 20 likes away from 1,000, and also make sure to hit the subscribe button. If you're new here, again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on all, severe weather coverage, winter, everything. We do nationwide weather here on our YouTube channel, so make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Click the bell icon as well to receive notifications whenever I go live, and as well as all videos and whatnot. Have a great night, Chance. Appreciate you tuning in. Again, I appreciate you becoming a member. Great, safe rest of your night. Apparently ice is possible, by the way, up in northern Wisconsin tonight. Mesoscale discussion up there. Let's see. When's the next radar update coming up here? Next radar update should come in here in just a second, so we'll give it a second here and see what's going on. Thank you, Frank, and as well as Alicia and Lee and Stonks for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. No problem, Alicia. No problem. Live for, I think, yeah, we've just been live for just over 4 hours now. It's one of my longer live streams, I think, in a while. I've been live for a month, so that'd be kind of explaining why. All right, correlation coefficient. There may be a small tornado on the ground there. It's hard to tell. Back up here near 16. We also, I don't think have a tornado here. Oops. There's a little CC drop, but it's not on the actual storm. So that, yeah, so for right now, it looks like this storm is still rotating, not on the ground at this given time. But again, make sure that you are staying in shelter if you're in the track of this. I would expect a new tornado warning for Luis here very shortly, because there's still some fairly strong rotation there. But other than that, I'm going to end the stream there. I've been live for 4 hours. I'm extremely tired. I had a final this morning, so obviously I'm extremely tired. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Also, a new tornado warning was just issued for east of Alexandria. Let me point this out real quick. Moving off to the east, this is near Deville. Make sure you're seeking shelter away from windows lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Again, I would go live longer, but again, I am so tired. It's not even funny. But I do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. And this looks to be actually very strong rotation. and not on the ground right now. But again, make sure you're seeking shelter if you're near Deville. That is an ongoing tornado warning cell. I do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. New tornado warning as well. I kind of mentioned this before, near Yazoo City, just off to the north there near Luis. And make sure you're seeking shelter if you're in this warning. Again, it's going to be a long night. Make sure you have a way to receive alerts. I don't know how many people are even streaming this. I don't even know if the news stations are really covering this either tonight. But obviously, there's a lot of ways to be able to receive alerts. Get it, download an app. Stay in touch with the National Weather Service. If you have a weather radio, you put it to use tonight because it's a really good night to use it, especially with the nocturnal tornadoes that we could see overnight tonight. Again, stay safe out there. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you guys again for anybody that's super chatted, become a member tonight, all that sort of stuff. I really do appreciate you guys a lot. Goes a long way. And also, I appreciate all the subscribers tonight as well, the likes. And I hope I was able to help a lot of you guys tonight. Obviously, it's been a busy 4 hours. And yeah, I mean, again, I wish I could be live longer, but I mean, I'm going to fall asleep if I keep going. And it's not because of this weather, it's just because I'm literally so tired from my exam. But I appreciate everybody tuning in. Yeah, Fox Weather is live on YouTube. There you go. So if you want to go watch another stream, Fox Weather apparently is live. Go give them a check out. And yeah, appreciate everybody tuning in, guys. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Again, if you have not already, hit the like button before you leave. Subscribe. Turn on post notifications for when I go live in the future, which I might be live again tomorrow for severe weather. So we'll see. Appreciate you guys. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again soon. Have a safe night. I don't know how to end my